Hey! We don't serve their kind here.
What?
Your droids, they left to wait outside. We don't want them.
Hello and welcome to the Vintage Rebellion podcast. I'm Richard Hutchinson and I'm your host for episode 91, Jimmy MACtion Figures. Joining me as always is Peter Davis. Good evening, Pete.
Richard, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Pete. Recently your team went down at the mighty Heed Army. What is going on with Leamington Spa?
Well, you know, we're just Leamington. We're called Leamington FC, Richard, not Leamington Spa FC. But, you know, we're poor. Gateshead are full of cash. We got no money. You know, we can barely afford players.
Not full of cash. Most of our players will be going back to the clubs as they do pretty much every March or April. We seem to get in these positions and disappear. All right. Next on the list is Andy Spoons Norton. Good evening, Andy.
Good evening, Richard. I won't say Happy New Year. It's February.
It's still happy and it's a new year. Andy, are you settled in your new job yet?
I am, yeah. I've just returned from Barnard Castle today to see the team up there. Got my eyes tested as well as in the town. Lovely little place, actually.
It is not too far from me at all. It's good evening, Jason Smith.
Evening, Rich. How you doing? Happy 2022 to you.
Absolutely, Jason. You just got back from visiting family in Scotland. Were you hit by the storms?
No, the weather was quite nice when I was up there. No storms that I could see, so all good.
Hang on. Stop there a minute. Stop there. Jason, where's your introduction?
Oh, I forgot.
Or have you stopped your introduction? Maybe do a new one.
I forgot my introduction. Does this mean I should just leave it in the past, or should I
leave it in the past?
New year, new introduction.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good evening, baby Grogu.
I think as far as a running joke goes, that has kind of passed its sell-by date. So there you go.
Yeah.
And speaking of people past their sell-by date, we have Andy Preston. Good evening, Andy.
Excuse me.
You wouldn't have thought that was planned, would you?
Good evening, Rich.
Have you got a defibrillator handy, Andy?
Oh, yeah, regularly.
Andy,
the heart.
Showmasters have just announced Jodie Whittaker as a first-time autograph. Are you heading down to pick up Jodie's autograph?
Who?
Jodie Whittaker, who I think is an amazing actress. Absolutely.
Yeah, she's an amazing actress. She would have been a good Doctor Who if it weren't for terrible writing and plot lines letting her down. So, yeah, poor old Jodie. No, good riddance. Good riddance more to the writing team and the showrunner. I am looking forward to see what Russell T Davies does next. David Tennant coming back, that's the rumour. Don't fancy that myself, but we shall wait.
I thought the rumour was that he was going to come back for a couple of specials and then hand over to somebody else. Was the latest I'd heard, but
well, if you believe what you read in the Sun, not that I do, but
I don't believe anything I read in the Sun. So.
They reckon he's the next full-time Doctor, but can't say it myself.
All right then, guys, so let's just get great at the show. So let's have a look at our latest purchases, including your best and worst bits of Star Wars tat that was purchased for you. And let's see what I want to pick up in 2022. So we'll start off with Pete. Now, as far as tat's concerned, Pete, you normally have very low standards and take them even lower. So what's been your best and worst pieces of Star Wars tat, and what are you looking forward to getting in 2022?
Tat was the order of the day for this Christmas. The Christmas we just had, obviously. I coached this bunch of reprobates, and for the first time for a long time, they decided that to buy me some Christmas presents. So I was quite happy. So they don't really know me, but they obviously knew me well enough to buy me booze, which I don't really like anyway these days much. Soap things, so obviously I'm a smell, and lots of Star Wars items. So 16 players in the squad. You can imagine I got quite a few presents. And there were some staggering levels of tat in there. Although a couple of things, actually, I've kind of fallen in love with. One of them was this when I got it, I thought, oh, my God, what's this? Because I got things like a Darth Vader head soap. It's like, oh, for goodness sake. And one of those, who's that guy who did the Stormtrooper design? He's got like a range of products that's come out. Ainsworth or something, is it?
Andrew Ainsworth, yeah.
We need to get that thing on, that project on here, because I'm getting one of those things every Christmas. So this was Richard. Actually, Richard, this was something up your alley. It was a bath duck stormtrooper. So a little duck toy there that you probably haven't got yet. So maybe I'll have to give it to you. And that has some fun. But the thing I loved most was a little book. You know me, I like a collecting book to write down my collecting notes. And so it's all like gold sequins. It looks really cheesy, but I thought, you know what? I like that kind of cheese. But if you stroke it, then the sequins flip over and it goes from gold to red. And it's like a Sith book, so a Jedi book to a Sith book. It's absolutely amazing. That's just the cover. So that's my new collecting book. Then a friend of mine, I don't know what happened here. I was quite disappointed in him, actually. He bought me a little box thing that's got like 5-6 buttons on. When you press something, it gives you a sound effect from Star Wars. I'm thinking, someone spent money on that. I was quite shocked because you're thinking anyone's phone can do that now. Why has someone manufactured a little box with some buttons on that make Star Wars sounds? I mean, come on. Oh, has anyone else had anything as bad as that? A box with Star Wars sound. It's something Jason would love, I expect. Jason, that's your Christmas present for next year, yeah? And then I guess for this year, I remember last year we sort of went over this, and I think I put down there a 12-inch Princess Leia, which I managed to get hold of, even though it was a little bit different than I was expecting. But the one thing I didn't get last year, which I'm still looking forward to getting this year, is I'm still after that micro collection Bespin freeze chamber set to complete my freeze chamber focus. So hopefully Spoons will find one, sell it to me for half the price, and I'll be a happy bunny.
There was one for sale the other day, Peter. I nearly tagged you, but I thought there was.
Where was that?
It was on. Where was it? It was. I know where it was. It was Dark Side Alliance, and it sold within minutes.
Oh yeah,
that's why I didn't tag you. But I thought it was a bit overpriced actually. I think it was.
How much did it go for? Was that interesting?
It was fairly. I think it was there. Might not be. Might be doing a big disservice. Somewhere on Facebook, and it was around about £100 mark, and I thought for the condition it might have even been missing some pieces or certainly missing inserts and things. Thought it seemed a bit high, but might have got that totally wrong. So
box wise, I'm not that interested.
Yeah.
If it's all complete, it's all the figures there, then I can probably get it from the States.
No, it wasn't complete.
Okay, well that's
and sorry, Dark Side Toys, it wasn't on there. It was on another Facebook group. I can picture it now. It was missing quite a few of the people, and I thought you would be interested.
It's not interesting.
But it was about £100, so I thought.
Yeah, you can get them for about, like I said, there's a guy who's got one on there for like £68. I've got to check all the bits. Obviously, that's not counting all the ridiculous amounts of fees got to pay. So I think about £100 is about a going rate. I think even for an American one. So I might just have to bite the bullet and do it.
Yeah, I think they've gone up, haven't they? Yeah, I still need a box one, so. And my loose one that the kids played with is missing loads of parts anyway, so that's not very good. But it has got Han and his carbonite, which was one of the best action features of any playset in the entire Star Wars line.
Oh, interesting.
Well, Spoons, now you've taken over, might as well go straight into you now. So what's your best, worst tat you got over Christmas time, and what are you looking forward to in 2022?
I don't really get Star Wars tat from people, so I think I'm right here. The only Star Wars present I had at Christmas was a set of Mandalorian socks, which I was very pleased with. I particularly like the Armourer. I think she's the best on the side of my socks. Didn't really get anything else. Looking forward to go to the next year. I still need the 12-inch Han and IG-88 for that line. We've still got a few of the accessories, weapons to get for the other ones as well, but that came on pretty good in 2021, so hopefully I can pick up those two in 2022. That didn't seem too optimistic. I still want to get some more of the box die-cast ships, so that's on the list. Otherwise, yeah, a bit of micro, but that's not the priority. And are we talking about our sort of latest acquisitions over the Christmas period as well at this point? We're moving on to that.
Yeah, we'll go for it. What did you get?
Well, there haven't been any. That was quite easy. So, in fact, I think it was the day after we recorded last month. My neighbour popped round. He'd taken receipt of a load of acrylic from Christian at GW Acrylic. So that's essentially my vintage purchase. So I put my box diecast ships in those. Otherwise, I've been buying a sneaky little bit of Shadows of the Empire Modern. So putting a little run of those together. But yeah, nothing officially vintage at all this month, which is
join the club, Spoons. Join the club. I mean, I'm on purchases. I haven't done too much, but yeah, I finished off my my card set of that Shadows of the Empire Hildebrandt card set, which has just been those foil cards. If anyone's going to do it, the foil cards cost a fortune, but I've done it. I've got the whole set, so I'm dead chuffed about that because it's the best ever card set ever of all time.
Well, I put down the show notes that I got nothing for Christmas for the first time in a long time, Star Wars wise, and then I put has the message finally sunk in. And then as soon as Spoons mentioned socks, I remembered that a colleague at work had actually bought me some Star Wars socks. They're not Mandalorian. I don't know where they've got them from, possibly Asda, somewhere like that. I just know that there's one pair got Stormtrooper on, and I couldn't tell you what the other two pairs are. But,
are you not a popular teacher, Richard? Are you not a popular teacher? Now all the kids buy you lots of gifts. They love you so much.
Yeah, I got lots of like chocolate and alcohol. You're surprised how much alcohol you get. But yeah, it was mainly chocolate and alcohol. Yeah, that's Star Wars.
That's disappointing. You need to have a football team like me, Rich, and talk about Star Wars consistently and constantly all the time. So they buy you loads of gifts at Christmas. It's a great idea.
Now we focus on 2022. As no surprise, I've updated me EU database. I've still got to sort out me thousands of comics, but I'm almost there on the books now. So I've just got to go through and work out where the gaps are in me EU, especially the Legends titles. With the modern era Disney novels and things like that, I'm actually not too bad. I've only got a couple missing, more so the ones that have just recently been released. But yeah, doing quite well on that. Jason, then, so let's head over to you. What did you get tat-wise at Star Wars? What are you looking forward to 2022? And let's cover your latest acquisitions as well.
Yeah, so normally I've got an agreement with my family who do get me Star Wars stuff at Christmas that anything that I don't particularly want to keep will get recycled onto my Echo Live stall. But I'm struggling to find anything that I'm actually going to put onto the Echo Live stall this year because it's all been quite good. I got a Yoda Precious Bounty inside doormat, which is it's either Yoda or little baby Yoda, and the says Precious Bounty inside, and that's a doormat that I've got outside my collection room now, so I'm very happy with that. I got a 2-pack of Star Wars pants. Now, I've already worn those, so I can't really recycle those onto the Echo Live store because I don't think there's a market for used pants particularly. Well, certainly not in this country.
We don't want to be seeing those at a future farthest from, Jason.
No, we don't. And this one, my sister prompted me and said, what can I get you? So I gave her a nice, easy thing she could get on Amazon, which is the Hoth Ice Planet adventure game with retro Luke Snowspeeder figure. So I've got that in my collection room, sitting underneath or above the one I've got of Grand Moff Tarkin. The next one, and I'm going to demonstrate it now. This is fantastic. I'm not getting rid of this one. I've got a Chewie Bop It, which I'm now going to demonstrate for you. Here we go.
Bop It to start. High score, 55. Bop it.
Can someone bop Jason, please?
Twist it. Pull it. Laugh it up, Buzzball. Score 2.
That'll be on Echo stall in about 2 months' time.
Well, there you go. I've got my Bop It. Oh, he's still talking. Anyway, I got my Bop It. The only thing that I'm actually going to part with, and this is
Maybe we should give it a rest, eh, Chewie?
Maybe we should, Han. Anyway, so the thing I'm thinking that I might part with, I've got it's a Rey wash mitt. So it's a mitt that you put over your hand. It's got Rey's face on it, and you soap your bits with it. And
that's mine, Jason. That's
I've basically said Pete can have it for his kind of Rey cat collection. It's quite amazing, really.
Jason, your presents are conjuring up such awful images. Wash mitts and pants. Can you stop that, please?
I'm hoping that the wash mitt is unused, Jason.
It is so far.
Oh no! I don't know if it's been used, Jason.
Anyway, that's my Christmas pants.
It won't be unused for long once Pete gets it.
Yeah, I'm trying to not visualize those images either. So Anyway, moving on to my latest acquisitions, vintage ones. I've got an Odeon Empire Strikes Back advert from a magazine to go along with my new kind of things to do with the Odeon cinema and the Empire Strikes Back premiere and things like that. I've got a price list that I didn't know existed. It's the Growing Together Power Toy 1985 price list. I was very happy to pick that up on one of the Facebook groups. I'd never seen that before, so I was very happy with that. I've got another Woolworth sticker, this time on a kind of Return of the Jedi Power Droid card back to go along with my sticker kind of little focus thing. I've got 4 model kits from Kellogg Cornflakes, and this is a kind of offer that they had on the front of Return of the Jedi Weekly 114. And I think in the last podcast I'd picked some of those up. I've now got a set of 8, but they're in mixed colours. So there were 8 of these models available, and they were available in red, yellow, green, and blue. And I've now got a mixed set of the 8 of them. So I think I'm going to stop there now that I've got one of each kind. I've got the Top Trump spacecraft set with the 4 quote Star Wars cards in it. I know there's an alternative version of that with a different cover that I've got to get. I've got the one with the X-wing on the front, which I think is the better one. So I'm quite happy with that. My Helix 40th anniversary display box, I've been filling that up. So I've got more math tins and rulers and pencil cases and sharpeners to kind of fill that box up. So that's almost done. Javier's PBP POC Comprehensive Catalogue Volume 3. The book arrived a few weeks ago. So I've got that. It's a really fantastic book. So I've got all 3 of those now. Really good. And I got a Christmas card from Stefan and Jan, the French Touch guys. So I have a little collage on my wall of all the Christmas cards. So I've got another one of those added in there. And that's kind of all my kind of vintage stuff. As to things I wanted to pick up in 2022, I'm just throwing back to things that I should have got last year. So the Third Knowing Power Toy 12A Death Squad Commander card back turned up, and it was in a Vectis auction, and I stopped bidding, around about 500 quid on this thing, and I'm hoping I'll be able to, another one of those turns up and it won't cost nearly as much money. And the other thing that, again, it was something I missed out, and that was at the Christmas Fathers from, was the Power Toy Building on Success price lists and kind of promotional material. There was a guy who had it there, and he only put it out on his stall after the show opened, and he just had about 6 of these different Building on Success kind of literature booklets. And by the time somebody told me they were there, I went over and they'd all gone. So I'm hoping I can at least get the price list for that. But comes up once in a blue moon, so who knows?
Yeah, nice, Jason, very nice. I have actually thought of another Star Wars thing I got at Christmas. It was one of those posters that you see on Amazon for like 20 quid, but they're framed with the copies of the signatures from the cast of A New Hope, and they actually is really good. It's setting my office off really nicely. I've started to get my office set out how I wanted, with shelving and things up. So I'd forgotten about that. I love that. I'll have to get the Empire one, the Jedi one at some point too. Andy Preston, let's move on to you.
Yeah, cheers, Rich. I am going to put my hand up as another one that got Star Wars socks. That was in the Secret Santa at work. But the best Star Wars acquisitions I got at Christmas are 2. I got a Christmas Grogu. Little baby Yoda. He's wearing a Santa outfit. He's got his little Santa hat on. So he's lovely. That's fantastic. He talks and he gurgles at you. You squeeze his bits. So yeah, he's wonderful. Love him. And I got a Hawaiian style Christmas shirt. This is a button-up shirt. It's got pictures of Vader and the Stormtrooper and the Biker Scout and Fett and the Imperial logo mixed in with Christmas presents and holly leaves and things like that. So lovely. So tacky, it's great. Nice Christmas shirt, which I will be wearing with pride every year now. Worst Christmas present? Well, I do appreciate all my Christmas presents, so there's nothing that's really worst. But Mr. Andrew Ainsworth, his name was mentioned earlier, and I had one of his bottles of beer with a beer glass. Allegedly, he has been trying to claim the credit for the design and the sculpting of the Stormtrooper when it wasn't him at all. So that this is what I hear. So he doesn't have a particularly good name in fan circles. Yeah, not particularly keen to support him. But anyway, I'll drink his beer.
Andrew, you say that, but they've obviously got this brand out there with a website, and I've been having this stuff. People keep buying it for me, all sorts of bits and bobs of it. So there's obviously something going on there. I mean, how's he? I mean, I noticed also that it doesn't say Star Wars anywhere on the packaging. I've got a box.
It goes back to this court case a few years back. Do you remember that?
No.
He was knocking out Stormtrooper armor, and Lucasfilm took him to court. And he defended it. He said, I've got every right to sell this stuff. I sculpted it. I'm the designer. It's my creation. Brian Muir, who sculpted Vader and was there at the start, Brian Muir gave evidence against him in the court case. The judge found that he wasn't a reliable witness. This is Ainsworth. And basically, Ainsworth won the court case, but not because the judge found that he was the creator. It was because the Stormtrooper design was ruled to be an industrial design, not an artistic design. And because it was an industrial design, it was out of copyright. So he's basically allowed to sell Stormtrooper branded gear in the UK, but not in the States. If he tries to sell anything in the States, then Lucasfilm will have him. So that's the story. But like I say, what's upset a lot of fans is that he's tried to take credit away from genuine creators of the Stormtrooper, in particular the lady whose name escapes me. It shouldn't do. The original sculptor who passed away around about the time of A New Hope, very soon after she'd done the sculpting work. It was Susie somebody. I can't remember her surname. But credit where credit's due, and he certainly doesn't deserve credit for the sculpting.
Controversial. I mean, my duck, Stormtrooper duck, looks very Stormtroopery and duckish. So that's what the lads bought it for me, I guess.
There you go. What am I hoping for this year? I am hoping to get. I think I'll consider it a good collecting year if I manage to pick up a significant vintage British store display piece. And an original trilogy production or cast and crew piece. So those would be the two sort of highlights. I'd like to finish some of my runs, maybe Franklin Roth bags or something along those lines. Maybe even the Helix 10-pack of pens.
Well, I'm not planning on dying anytime soon.
Oh, well, you never know, Jason. You never know.
There's dying Jason, and there's just being killed. There's two different things. I'm hoping another one comes up, one that Jason doesn't own, so we can both have one. That would be ideal. Andy, perhaps this is the year. Andy, Jason's not listening, right? If you and me, right, go and get that pen from him, right? Can I get some money off you? Don't tell him.
Jason. Someone who breaks into my house is going.
Absolutely. If yes,
no
Pete,
one would do that, Jason. Nobody.
Pete, if you can secrete those pens inside the Ray wash mitt,
easy. I'll go round the house.
Sneak them out.
What do they look like, Andy? What do they look like?
What do they look like? The felt tip pens, pack of 10 felt tip pens.
Any felt tip pens, yeah.
With Jawas on the front.
I'll never know.
You'll never know. It's a deal.
Just don't tell Jason. Yeah, great things, Andy. Brilliant.
There we go. So do you want to hear what I've picked up as well? If you're not fed up with the sound of my voice already.
Yeah,
my new acquisitions. Well, I actually bought some vintage Star Wars figures in a shop.
What?
I can't remember the last time I did that. There's a new game shop opened in Taunton, in the old market centre. Taunton, yes.
Oh my word.
Yes, they. You think they smell bad on the outside? Well, this is a shop called MT Games. It's in the old market centre, and they've got lots of old and new tat, including a cabinet with a few Star Wars figures in. Nothing to really get too excited about, but as I say, just seeing Star Wars figures there in the wild, in a shop, I had to buy a few. So picked up 5, mostly beaters. So I got a TIE pilot, an AT-AT commander, a Nikto, Hoth Rebel Soldier, and Darth Vader. Nikto, sadly, he was the only one that came with a weapon, and that did turn out to be a repro, unfortunately, which was a bit of a shame. But yeah, there we go. The prices were reasonable as well, so anybody who's out over that way, worth going and having a little look, see what they've got. So yeah, that was nice. What else did I get? I got off eBay an Episode 7 ILM VFX shirt. This is a nice one, blue shirt with the triangle logo on the front, reminiscent to the old Ralph McQuarrie The Star Wars logo. So you've got a picture of Rey silhouetted against the sun in the middle of this triangle logo, and the Star Wars logo at the bottom. So that's very nice. I got I was going to say Tupperware. It's not Tupperware. It's by a company called Stewart, but it's a pour and store container, sort of thing that your grandma would have used. But this is the same one as seen in the Lars homestead in the dining scene. So Luke's pouring his blue milk out of one of these into his drinking cup, which actually is a piece of Tupperware. So I've been looking for one of those for a long time. So yeah, nice to pick that one up. I got from Andrew Robinson on Facebook a copy of the Empire Strikes Back notebook and a Cracked magazine featuring Jedi. Nice picture of Jabba on the front. Next one, you'll like this, Pete. Rotherham United, the mighty Rotherham. I've got a badge.
I don't like Rotherham. They're a horrible team.
Yeah.
Cheating.
Well, lower league football. It's all good, isn't it? Rotherham United, RUFC, and on the badge it says Anton's Empire Strikes Back. Now, I saw this on eBay and it was very cheap, so I picked it up. Obviously, it says Empire Strikes Back, but did a little bit of research. Anton was a guy called Anton Johnson, who was the chairman of Rotherham between 1979 and 1983, so coinciding with the release of Empire. And Anton Johnson was allegedly a bit of a dodgy character. Some financial irregularities and some.
They all were, Andy. All these chairmen are dodgy. They always got ties and dodgy shenanigans, especially those Northerners.
Yeah, there you go. So Anton's Empire Strikes Back. I'd imagine this is a badge printed after he perhaps had some accusations, and he's saying, "Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm striking back against these guys." So, yeah, nice little bootleg badge there. Otherwise, from Ben Potter, Toys of Tatooine, I got a boxed Akamas Luke costume. Last one I needed for that set, although there is still a Vader variant box that I'm after. I got a production slide from Return of the Jedi. This one featuring the Home One briefing room with the Rebels in there, and that was by the on-set photographer Frank Connor. I got a book club leaflet from The Empire Strikes Back. This was off Darren Simpson. So the book club leaflet's by the book publisher Scholastic, and the book club was called Chip. So they would have taken these leaflets around to schools every month or couple of months, promoting various books that you could order. And this one's promoting on the front cover the Empire Strikes Back Junior novelization and the poster magazine, which you could pick up. So nice bit of Empire graphics on there. And last but definitely not least, something I've been after for a long time is a Paletoy 8-pack bag. So quite simply a plastic bag with a sticker on the front, circular sticker, white sticker, and then in black text on that it says, "Special buy, 8 Star Wars figures for 99p. Now, right at the end of the line, 85, 86, Paletoy had a lot of surplus stock, and they were using up their baggied figures and their carded figures. Carded figures were pulled off the cards. Baggied figures were simply kept in the baggies, 8 of them chucked in a bag, 99p, Bob's your uncle. A lot of them sold through Woolworths, which is why these are commonly known as Woolies 8-packs, but apparently they were sold in other stores as well. Yeah, I picked up the plastic bag and 6 vintage baggies that came with it, and I assume these are the original ones that were inside the bigger bag. Those are a mix of Paletoy styles and European styles. And I've done a little bit of research. Lawrence Dyer had done some great work on these bags on SWF UK. So I found the figures that could or maybe went in these baggies, tried to match up with appropriate figures, and I put those in there for display. So really, really pleased at long last to have one of those 8-pack bags. And that is it for me this month.
Right, some great items there, Andy. Some top stuff there, and all of you's done really, really well, except for me and Pete. Right.
Well, I'd say that about Richard. I just didn't go on about modern stuff like Andy did. Boring old
Yeah,
modern
fair
actor.
point. Fair point. Right, and let's move on to our introduction topic then, even though we've done Elliot first. And let's talk about the Book of Boba Fett. Now, we have all seen the first 6 episodes, but I think it is only fair to our listeners to stick to the first 5. You think, guys? I think that's fair to say.
By the time we get this out, it'd be old news. The show would have probably finished.
Possibly. Right, well, if anybody doesn't want to hear Book of Boba Fett and potential spoilers, I suggest you skip ahead. But let's move on to this topic now. So, episode 6 was released today. I obviously had picked up on all the hype that everyone was saying. It was amazing. It was awesome. I actually have really enjoyed the Book of Boba Fett so far. I'm not too sure why we needed a full Mandalorian episode. Again, in today's episode, Boba Fett didn't even appear in it at all. The second episode. So I'm kind of thinking,
He was in it briefly, Richard.
Now thinking about it, he was in it very briefly. So now I'm thinking, are they doing like what Marvel have done with all these crossovers with Vader down and, Dr. Aphra getting pulled across into crossovers? It seems that way to me. So once I had a think about it, it's always in the back of my mind that Book of Boba Fett is an EU story. That's what it is. It's a EU story that's on TV. If this was in comic, if this was in novel format, it would just be another one of the great stories that's out there. I've enjoyed every single episode so far. Really loved it. Yes, there's been some lows, of course there has, but there's been plenty of highs too. So where am I going to go first? I'm going to go first probably over to Jason. So Jason, the Book of Boba Fett, 6 episodes so far. What have been your highs and lows?
I've been loving it. The highs I get. I mean, I just love the whole backstory of finding out how Boba Fett got out of the Sarlacc pit. Obviously, I think the whole treatment of the Tusken Raiders in the early episodes, because they've always been shown in a very bad light in the Star Wars universe, was absolutely fantastic. Obviously, seeing the Mandalorian unexpectedly in episode 5 was fantastic, and then obviously seeing Baby Yoda and the new deep fake guy who's been doing Luke Skywalker, which looked absolutely awesome in episode 6, which we saw today. The low sides, I don't think the Jetson gang or the Biff Tannen kind of skateboard kids worked particularly well. That episode had them doing this chase through Mos Espa, and all the little coloured bikes look really out of place in the Star Wars universe, and they were obviously travelling so slowly. I wasn't too keen on that. I'm loving the new take on Rancor. So Rancor is essentially a pet dog, and we've seen a little glimpse of that. But I think what we're going to see in the finale next week is a Baby Yoda versus Baby Rancor face-off. How interesting would that be? And on that bombshell, over to someone else.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that too much, Jason, but you never know. It'll probably be in a comic somewhere, maybe Star Wars Infinities. Pete, I'm going to come to you next. And there's been quite a bit of criticism online about Boba Fett and his portrayal, and I've had a long think about this, and it's part of what Grant has been posting on. I think he's been posting this on the Generation Skywalker pages, but it adds back to something else I'm thinking of. Now, we had a discussion ages ago about why Boba Fett wasn't the Mandalorian, and they came up with a new character of the Mandalorian. And Grant had posted, as various others have as well, is the problem that the Mandalorian is Fett, and Fett is now a different character. But it hasn't really started now. Fett is a different character. It goes all the way back to Attack of the Clones and the backstory that George came out. So is it the fact that Jon Favreau in particular has looked at, what George Lucas did with the Attack of Clones and Boba Fett, which basically wiped out every single one of our, childhood imagination stories that we had for Fett, and he's just taken that and pushed it. But equally, he's recognised the fact that there needs to be a Boba Fett kind of character out there, and therefore has made the Mandalorian that character. So therefore, in an ideal situation, yes, the Mandalorian should have been Boba, but did Attack of the Clones stop that from happening?
Yeah, I think I think a lot of the problem Disney seems to have with the Star Wars kind of fandom, the Star Wars I don't say problem, but they want to create their own kind of Star Wars universe as such. I think that's why they knocked the EU on the head to an extent, because there was an existing bunch of stories which had already been told. And we get this with people saying, I want them to do the Dark Empire show, but we've had that story. That story's been done, so it would be a bit daft to just redo a story in kind of live action. You'd probably just bore people to death, because you can go and find out what happens at the end. As fun as it would be, but they are trying to create their own thing, and I think it is. I think it is very true. I think lots of people have said it. They've got this Mandalore kind of story they had in Clone Wars. They want to investigate it. The Boba Fett stuff's been done to death, and we all know what he looks like. We all know, the story of it. Is it a fascinating character enough to drive films? Yes, it probably would be. But again, you'd be going over old ground with EU territory. So why not, create your own, lore, your own stories with this Mandalorian character? And I still don't really know why they actually brought Boba Fett into the whole thing, really. I mean, if they had the series, they brought in this Boba Fett dressed as a Tusken Raider into the show. I think they might look back in it and see it as a bit of a mistake, because I think the Mandalorian could have just been its own show without ever having to touch on on Boba Fett. I don't think they need, but they have done. And I think what people have got to kind of probably look at is the show, and I've been saying this the last couple of days, that the show is the Mandalorian, and the Book of Boba Fett is a story within the Mandoverse, or within the Mandalorian universe. And he is in there. It is part of the show. I don't think they've really thought too much of a story idea outside of what happens to Boba Fett after he gets out the Sarlacc pit, which obviously everyone wanted to see, been asked that question. And when you think of the whole plot really of Boba Fett's show, it's really him getting out the Sarlacc pit, him being quite annoyed, him taking over Jabba the Hutt's thing, and then we're going to have a big fight. And that's it. That's the whole show. But it is, in typical Star Wars fashion, sometimes the best stories, we've got all this crazy stuff going on, all these side characters, all these nods to old things. The last 2 episodes of Boba Fett has been a Mandalorian show where we've seen what has happened to Mandalorian, during this period. Remember, it is his show still. And we are obviously going to get this big fight at the end where I guess everyone's going to turn up. I mean, I'm assuming that Grogu's going to choose the Mandalorian path, and maybe the Mandalorian is about him. Maybe he's the Mandalorian. Has everyone thought about that he could be the Mandalorian? But overall as a show, it's just daft Star Wars, which is just great fun. I mean, everything has a reason. I think if they want to kind of make it a bit better, I think maybe in the future kind of tone down the amount of directors they're having on everything. I think that's why we've got quite a lot of choppy kind of episodes where, the first 3 episodes were probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that the first 3 episodes were actually 2 episodes, and they've divided them up a little bit, and they've chopped bits around, and we've actually had a bit of inconsistency with the storytelling. And I think, things like when Boba Fett went to get his armor from the Sarlacc pit, we had a lot of people talking about, why would he go back there when obviously his armor was taken? Now, we've had a long period of time where he's been playing the Tuskens, but that could have been solved a little bit of script writing. Could have just been, hey, I need to get my armor back. Where is your armor? The last time I think I had it was near the Sarlacc pit, and that would have just solved so many issues with people going, why is he gone back there? It was robbed by someone. It was robbed by Jawas, and the little tiny little additions would have made it really fantastic. But overall, it's Star Wars. I'll watch it. Rich. I don't care. It's got Rancors in it. We've had so many vintage nods, and I think in some ways it's probably been done deliberately. It's not the Boba Fett show has not been the most strongest storyline, but the character is the strong storyline more than the actual story.
Yeah, strong prequel nods as well, which is nice to see.
Well, it's nods to everything, Rich. To be fair, there's been nods to absolutely everything. There's been, obviously it's Dave Filoni's kind of baby. He's brought in so many elements from the Clone Wars and, things that he's worked on. Like the Cad Bane turn up. These are all his kind of babies, really. from his time doing the Clone Wars under Lucasfilm under George Lucas. So, you know, and in some ways that's good because he understands the characters and he's brought in what he knows.
Oons, I mean, you probably haven't been as excited, appreciative as the rest of us in our little text chats. What are your thoughts on it so far?
I'd agree with Pete. It's Star Wars, so it's Star Wars first and foremost. So I watch it and I enjoy it. You know, that's important. But that's caveated by the fact that I alone in my house with children of various ages, I was the only one who sat and watched all of Star Wars Resistance all the way through. You know, that's been pretty universally panned. And some of Boba Fett I wouldn't put a lot above Star Wars Resistance, which is pretty damning. Overall, I'm enjoying the series. One episode in particular and bits of others have just really annoyed me. And that's kind of inevitable, I guess. You know, we're getting a lot of Star Wars content. People can't like it all. Some people are going to like stuff, some people not. You know, that's just nature. I'm enjoying it because it's Star Wars, but it's flawed. And as you've already discussed a little bit, it was to start with, it was on a bit of a losing streak. The Mandalorian is so good. You know, there's little bits with various episodes that people pick over, but as a series, as a character, it was brilliant. And Boba Fett is up against that. Okay, yes, it is part of that same series, but if you got to look at it from the kind of, I suppose, the non-Uber fan, which we all are. So I've got a number of mates who aren't big Star Wars collectors but enjoy Star Wars content. And I think 3 of them texted me at least by episode 2 saying they're not watching anymore. One after, and I thought episode 1 was pretty good. One after episode 1, God, this is dull. I'm not watching anymore. There's one of them that really likes Mandalorian, so I've been messaging him back saying you need to at least start watching from episodes 5 and 6. Otherwise, you're not going to know what's going on in the next series of Mandalorian, which is actually a bit of a problem with this. If that is the case, unless they do some flashbacks, you shouldn't have to watch every bit of Star Wars to be able to follow. But who knows if that is the case. But yeah, Mandalorian was that good. The Book of Boba Fett needed to be brilliant to compete with it, and it's not. And the other thing, again, you discussed, the Mandalorian has Boba Fett's characteristics. They should have steered clear of Boba Fett for a long time. Have him as a bit part, have him show up, but don't base anything around him. Because, okay, Mandalorian's a little bit inept. Boba Fett's good at what he does, apart from being hit on the back with a stick and falling in the Sarlacc pit. Mandalorian is clearly, he's got his flaws, and that's part of what makes the character different. Good. That's probably why, that's the only bit where he's really different from Boba Fett. And Tamara Morrison is brilliant. I love him. But he's really not that great an actor. And that's been annoying me. Particularly his grimacing when he's fighting. It's sort of his comedy faces. And again, I suppose it sort of links to the fact that they've changed Boba Fett. Boba Fett he needs to be wearing his helmet. That's the cool, iconic Boba Fett. He's not really Boba Fett. And this is old Boba Fett. He's changed, which I'm fine with. I've really enjoyed the backstory, the flashbacks to the Sand People. Let's go to some positives. Absolutely love that. It's when it went to modern day, the story with the mayor, the Pikes. I'm just not interested. It's just not doing it for me. The big battle be great. I'm sure I'll enjoy it, but that storyline's just not been doing it for me. A lot of the nods, a lot of the reference have been totally taking me out of the Star Wars world. I watch Star Wars. The real world shuts down, phones are put down, I'm immersed in that world. I didn't like the Clash of the Titans monster. People will do, some won't. That wasn't very Star Warsy to me. It's very Harryhausen, but it wasn't Star Wars. It took me out the zone. The scooter chase, there's no point talking about the scooter chase. It was absolutely ridiculous, dire. Wing mirrors, mod parkers. It's too real world. The robot dogs, I can't remember what episode they were in, episode 1 or 2, had some of those eye dogs walking down Moss Isley High Street. They're in real life. You know, you might as well have some pedaling a push bike down there. It just took me out of the zone. The mod kids, no threat, they're too clean. It's just, there's just too many duff bits. and as if it was a great show. I mean, I was thinking about this one today. So I absolutely loved everything about episode 6. There were silly bits in it. There were bits that if I'd seen them in one of the shows I wasn't enjoying would have really annoyed me. But because the whole show was so good, I sucked it all up. It was all great. I'm sure, you put the Mod Kids in a different storyline that I'm actually enjoying, they probably wouldn't have annoyed me so much. But these are the things. But essentially, the storyline is, Pete summed it up before. It's a simple storyline. Spaghetti westerns are all about that. I love a spaghetti western. It's 2 hours. You got the bad guys, you got the good guys. There's a fight. The end. But this is it's dragged out a bit. It is a bit dull. But let's end on the positives. Fennec Shand, absolutely brilliant. Mention the Tusken storyline, fantastic. I love the Rancor. Was sort of half and half on the Tusken, but I've come round to thinking I do like the Tusken. I like Boba's relationship with the Tusken. I do like Boba's development as this sort of different person. I'm happy for him to develop. I just don't think there's been much character development in the show. But positive, yeah, I like where Boba's come. I like him being friend of the Sand People. And this sums it up. The best thing about the whole series have been the episodes without Boba Fett in. They've been the Mandalorian episodes. Last week's one, it was great. It was good and interesting. As a standalone one, comparing it to some of the other Mandalorians, probably not one of the best, but in this series, absolutely fantastic. But the Mandalorian's new ship and episode 6, absolutely brilliant. Can't wait till next week.
I'm interested, Andy. Do you think that maybe they kind of got a bit ahead of themselves with, when they had Boba Fett appear because of his armor appeared in Mandalorian, do you think they just kind of went, the reaction was really amazing, and they kind of maybe put together maybe like a mini film, and then thought, let's make it a series, because it does have a feeling it's been stretched a lot. There's almost there's like 2 different seasons here. There's what happened to Boba Fett after the Sarlacc pit, which obviously everyone wanted to know. And then this whole Tusken thing where he, becomes a different person. And this kind of weird other thing, this becoming a crime boss for no real reason.
Crime boss sits wrong, doesn't it? 2 minds of this. I think a series of just what happened to Boba Fett with the Tuskens would have been really good. And it's all, you're going to keep repeating yourself. That's a problem with all these episodes. You go to the Clone Wars, you go to Rebels, go to Resistance, Mandalorian, they've all got the scene where they go somewhere, there's some people bullying some villagers, and the hero sorts it out. This is going back to Yojimbo, A Fistful of Dollars. This is an age-old storyline. Seven Samurai, Magnificent Seven, whatever. It's an age-old storyline. It might have got a bit repetitive just doing another series like that. So I can see why they've mixed it up a bit.
Yeah, but I can see. I think that the overarching point of this stuff is, they've been talking about this underworld, the crime bosses and syndicates for a long time. They started to appear in Rebels, they were in Clone Wars a little bit, and it's been like I think George Lucas was talking about this underworld series a long time ago, or animation. I can't exactly remember what format it was. It might have been a game. And it's been bubbling under for a long time. So it's been there in Star Wars, and they've kind of introduced it in this series, but without really introducing it. All they've really done is brought the Pikes in, because we all know about the Hutts and all that sort of stuff, and these Pikes have been around for a few, EU storylines here and there. And it just, they should have called it like Boba Fett and the Underworld or something, or something slightly different. I think they've just got the labeling wrong and the marketing wrong.
It's the speed of it. You said, about why is he this underworld boss? It's fine for him to be an underworld boss if you build the story so it's logical. There has been absolutely no character development of him in this one. He wakes up on the sand, he's captured by Tuskens, and he's a completely different person. Admittedly, being eaten by a Sarlacc might well change your view on the world, but it just happens instantly.
Well, they did have that conversation, didn't they? They did have a conversation that said, him with Fennec Shand. Maybe that should have been a bit earlier on in the whole thing. Maybe the first episode they should have had that conversation. I just think there's something slightly amiss with the putting together of the episodes. They haven't quite fit together. Having like a 30-minute episode, then almost an hour episode, then another short one. I just think it just feels that they haven't put together the show quite right in the terms of the storyline. I think the first episode really should have been establishing why Boba Fett now has this thing about being a crime boss. If they had that conversation, which we saw in episode 4 was it, where he says, look, I've really had enough of being someone's monkey. I want to be doing my own thing and actually running the show, and that would have made more sense, especially if you had the Tusken the Tusken story where he actually finds a family and he actually feels valued as part of a tribe, and he wants a bit more of that, and he feels that he can lead them, and that makes more sense. You go, okay, so we've established that, and then we go into the crime boss thing. But it's kind of just like assumed, he would have automatically become a crime boss in the first 3 episodes. Well, then it's explained. I just think a little bit of different marketing of the show, branding of the show. Like I said, it should really have had the Mandalorian over the top of it, and then the Book of Boba Fett underneath it, so you actually know what we're in. And it would make more sense. Instead, I think they just need a little bit of tidying up. I don't think it actually needs too much more saying about it. It just needs to be restructured.
That's fair enough, actually. If this was badged as the Mandalorian, I and imagine a lot of other people would be okay with the odd duff episode. But you just think, oh wow, series 3 of the Mandalorian's not as good as the other ones, but I'm really enjoying how it ends. It is
Mandalorian 2.5, because I said it was introduced. The show was introduced in the Mandalorian. It was at the end. Yeah. It was deliberately so done in that end credit scene. Although I still find that whole thing with shooting poor old Bib Fortuna without explaining why in a trailer at the end of a show a little bit cheeky. They really should. That should have been the first scene in the whole show. Where he's done that, and you go, okay, why has he done that for?
Well, then we're going to find out, though, aren't we? Because he keeps saying he said how.
I don't know, are we?
Bib Fortuna crossed him. I'm sure we will.
Well, it just seems to put that in there. I think that's all we're going to get. He's crossed him. Well, yeah, that's what they do, these naughty people. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff to be resolved in the final episode. I can't see him doing a season 2 of this. It's surely got to be resolved, and then this storyline will be picked up in another.
I don't think they'll do a season 2 because it isn't universally popular. I think Disney are very sensitive to that, aren't they? Everyone didn't like Solo film. No more films.
It is, but they've got to do something, because otherwise, they've created this whole world with the crime syndicates. It's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Let's move this on a little bit. So Annie Preston, Pete and Spoons both brought up some interesting points there, in particular with regards to Boba Fett and going back to Jedi. Now, to me, it's logical that I had to go back to Jedi. It's the big time period where everybody's wondering what on earth has gone on now with the EU being, sidelined. Now, do you think it's possible that they could have gone back to Jedi and started all that without having Boba Fett? For how long would people be, years and years and years, to be going, what's happened with Fett? What's happened with Fett? Did they have no choice but to bring back Fett?
Well, he's such a popular character, isn't he? It's a no-brainer to do a series with Fett. I tend to agree with the others. It's just a little bit odd how it's been handled. I mean, let's get it out of the way. It's not as good as Mando. But having said that, it's a very enjoyable series. I have watched and thoroughly enjoyed every episode. I can really buy the idea of an older, battered, world-weary Boba Fett, been let down too many times by his employers, wanting to do something different, to be the boss for a change. So I get that. I loved the bit with the Sand People. The attack on the train in the second episode, that was fantastic. Really, really good episode, that one. Otherwise, the general plot with Boba Fett has just moved along a little bit too slowly for my liking. And he's gathering his troops together. He's got the mod gang. He's got Black Chrysanthemum, who I think is a great character. I love the Wookiee pulling people's arms out their sockets. He's rounded up Mando. He's got the villagers potentially coming in, but that's pretty much all the series has been about, and it's not really given Boba himself enough of an arc or enough to sort of move the story on a pace. And it's really showed in the last 2 episodes when we've gone away from Boba and into Mando. We've continued that story that's really been shown up. You know, we're all so invested with Mando and Grogu and their story that it was a real breath of fresh air to see them coming back in. But as I say, I think it's a shame really that they've gone that way and that Boba Fett hasn't had better service in terms of the overall story arc in this series. There's a hell of a lot that they've left unexplored. I don't know how long episode 7 is going to be. It's going to need to be about 2 hours in order to tie up all these loose ends. Again, I hope it's not going to be the Mando and Grogu show. I hope Fett really does get a chance to shine in episode 7. But, where are they going to go with the Hutt? Are the Tuscans going to come back into it and be avenged? Is that going to be resolved? What is going to happen to Grogu? Cad Bane, where's he fitting in now? Lovely to see Cad Bane in there, but there is just so much going on now that I can't see how they're going to wrap it up. Anyway, be interesting to find out. Plus points again, it does really feel like Star Wars. Lovely original trilogy vibe to it. It's great to see the use of a lot of practical effects, a lot of masks, a lot of original trilogy aliens showing up. Little nods to Ralph McQuarrie, little nods back to the original movies, back even to the prequels, as we've said. I love Mando's new starship. Great to see Fixer and Cammy in one of those earlier episodes. That was a nice little Easter egg there. So it's a good series. If we hadn't been so spoiled by Mando, I think we'd be saying it's fantastic. As it is, it's enjoyable. It's not quite there up with the best. But hey, it's Star Wars, and you don't have to go back many years to have thought that there wasn't ever going to be any new Star Wars. So and anything we get, as long as it's reasonable quality, which this certainly is, got to be a good thing in my book.
Absolutely, totally agree. And with all those who stick with it over the years, I mean, the amount of people who pawned the Zon novels, or the amount of people who pawned the using Wrong Invasion and things like that. Many of us enjoyed those stories. And yes, there were some terrible ones, but overall, they were very, very popular sellers. So plenty of people enjoyed them. So keep it going, see how it goes. I am slightly more worried than I was about the Cassian Andor show now. I think that one's going to be a really, really tough sell. But no, let's see how they go with it. I'll give it a chance. I think we could be
surprised in that, Rich. I think on the Cassian Andor show, because it's obviously going to be set just before Rogue One, or before Rogue One, so it's going to be in that original trilogy kind of time frame. So I think it's one of those shows where no one's expecting anything from it, so it can't. I mean, unless it does something really stupid, I don't think it can really lose, because again, as long as you have a lot of vintage nods in there and original trilogy nods, you're halfway there, really. I mean, all you got to tell a story of a bloke who's a freedom fighter. I mean, it's all been written. The story's written for you. So you don't really have to do a great deal, do you? You just have to have the start of the rebellion, and Mon Mothma in there, all those sort of characters of that, and get Akbar in there as well, and you're halfway there.
And maybe this is where we'll see Kiva make a reappearance. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right.
I think Kenobi will be the challenge. That'll be the challenge. From the rumours we've heard, that's going to be a challenging show to really win people over, because obviously we know that story. So, and they're going to put more things in there.
Absolutely. Right then, let's move over to the action figure face-off then. So I'm going to be quite rigid now with this 1 minute, because some of you are taking the mick with 10 minutes worth of chats in the last two shows. So we've got Andy Preston with Han Original. We've got Andy Spoons with Han Bespin. We've got Jason with Han and his Carbonite Block. I wonder if Jason's going to go down the Slave One route as well and see its variation. And we've got Pete with Leia Hoth. No clear favourite on this one, and no clear worst case either. So let's just go in the same order. We'll start off with Andy Preston, Han Original.
I'm Han Solo, captain of the Millennium Falcon. This is the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. Kid, I've flown from one side of this galaxy to the other. I've seen a lot of strange stuff. Han Solo is just the coolest character in Star Wars. End of. A rangy, laconic space pirate with a taste for fast women and faster wisecracks. A crack shot and an ace pilot. He's the type to shoot first and ask questions later. And the action figure is just as cool as the man himself. He's wearing the classic outfit, the shiny black boots, the trousers with the Corellian blood stripe down each leg, the shirt and vest combo, and the sharpshooter gun belt. He packs a blaster pistol that's a great representation of the DL-44. And the figure's moulded with a bent arm. This gunslinger shoots from the hip, or covertly under a cantina table. You simply couldn't have a Star Wars action figure line without Han Solo. He flies the Millennium Falcon. He faces off against Greedo in the Creature Cantina. He blasts stormtroopers in the Death Star playset. And he's got the coolest sidekick in his co-pilot Chewbacca. For variant collectors, you've got the small head and the large head variants, the painted legs and the moulded legs, and at least 8 different COO variants. He's one of the classic first 12, particularly rare in his large head version on the Palatoy 12-back card, and he was available right the way through the line, up to the tri-logo cards, although not surprisingly in Power of the Force. Rich, you know there's more to this guy than money. Han Solo, winner.
Very, very good, Andy. I'm really impressed with that, but I also like the way that you bigged up Han right the way throughout, and you've given Andy Spoons and Jason a head start. So let's go over Andy Spoons next. Han Bespin.
Han Solo, Bespin outfit. His head, Han's head, is right for the first time. It looks like him. It's not too big. It's not too small. As Goldilocks would say, it's just right. Took 30 figures to do it, but Kenner finally got it right. Once again, D. Martin Meyer on Rebel Scum says it all. Not only is it completely in the proper proportions, something this character's figure have a hard time being, it's darn heroically sculpted. No matter what, it couldn't get better than this. That's a direct quote. Are you listening, other Han Solo face-off people? Maybe that's why Kenner had to throw extra gimmicks like the proper weapon, material trench coats, and big honking carbonite slabs with their follow-up hands. How great is the card? It's one of the best photos of any characters. Harrison Ford really sums up Han Solo in that pose. Epitomizes the cocky swagger of a flyboy. The offerless ESB and Return of the Jedi really show what a great match the figure is to Han Solo. Boots, holster strap on his legs, belt buckle, yellow Corellian stripe, white shirt with a folded front flap and a blue jacket. Brilliant. Any figure that appears on the shrink-wrap Canadian card has to be special. The Bespin 3-pack set. Ugnaught and Lobot are always going to be a tough sell. Kenner needed Han Bespin to make it one of the best sets. Darth Vader's treachery causes difficult times with this threesome, conjures up that fantastic scene of Han spoiling Darth's dinner. Kenner, Palatoy, Meccano Square card, Tri-Logo, every card is great. The Bespin C Millennium Falcon box is amazing. Han Bespin front and centre, doesn't even care about Dengar being so close. I'll sum up by quoting Han Solo too. Who's scruffy looking? Not Han Bespin, that's who.
Wow. I've got nothing else to say to that. Right, Jason, Han and Carbonite, take it away.
So it's all been Han so far, and we're on to the final one that came out, Han Carbonite. And what a figure this is. And it's not just one figure, you get 2 figures. You've got your actual Han when he fell out the Carbonite, who is the first proper nod in the vintage line to a disabled figure, because he's blind, yeah. So that saying to the kids, there we go, we get disabled people in society, and there he is, blind Han Solo. So the only thing missing with that was a white stick, so he could move around. But then, as well as that, you get Han Solo in the Carbonite block. And if you've got a Slave 1, you'll know that the Carbonite block that comes with the Slave 1 is far inferior to the one that you get in the last 17 figure. So there you go. And for people who are trying to collect a very small focus, it's quite small. You've got the Tri-Logo version and you've got Power of the Force, and that's it. So, once you've got both of those, you've got a complete focus. So what more could you want? And I have to say, back in earlier days when things were less politically correct, I did actually cosplay Han Solo in Carbonite at a friend's party. And the less we say about that, the better. And on that bombshell, I'm done.
The first disabled Star Wars character. And I think Lobot might have something to say that. Possibly one or two others as well. All right, then, Pete, Leah Hoth. This is when Leah really got...
Got what, Richard?
Yes.
You're getting saucy, Richard.
I'm trying to get politically correct. Okay. Take it away.
That's not happening, is it? Right. Well, Carrie Fisher, she put the hot into Leah Hoth outfit. This is a beautifully proportioned figure. You have one of the best costumes in Star Wars, because in Empire Strikes Back, she's pretty much in and out of this costume. So she starts off in Hoth with this costume, and then she whips off her gilet, her slightly yellowed gilet, and runs around Bespin with it. So if you wanted to reenact that with your action figure, you would have to get a bit of a cheap emulsion out and give it a bit of a dab of white, so she's all white. But it is a fantastic figure. Not only have we got the right hairstyle, completely imitation of the film itself. So it's actually the wonderful braid across top of her head, in a kind of like up braid, all sort of in a bun at the back. So if you look at the film, it's an absolute copy. Fantastic. The face is so delicate, just like our Carrie Fisher when she was a younger lady. Absolutely beautiful. There are a few sort of slight variations of this, of the head and the body and all sorts, and you can get really into it, but none of them are worth taking that much money. And also, you have to remember that on the card backs, you actually presented Leah Hoth outfit. On The Empire Strikes Back, it was Leah Organa Hoth outfit, and on Return of the Jedi, it was Princess Leia Organa Hoth outfit. And that outfit, with its wonderful detail, with the slightly quilted padding around her made from hujib feathers, which I've just made that up, just make it look a sort of soft. But we all know Princess Leia was not a softie. She was hardcore, as shown on her tri-logo picture on the back of the cards. That is probably one of the most on the hands, on the hips, don't you mess with me, young man, sort of stances. And of course, we have the wonderful Millennium Falcon Leah Hoth outfit. I think it's when she's in on the Falcon on the regular card. So we have a couple of wonderful card variations there. But yeah, the figure itself, it actually stands up beautifully well. I've just put mine down. Wonderful proportion. The boots are in detail. The quilts in detail. We even have the little badge on the left chest and the little thing on the arm. And of course, she comes with the normal Leah blaster, which these days goes for silly money, the blue one. But a wonderful figure, simplistic, but it's Princess Leia Hoth.
I've got to say, all four, you've really raised your game tonight, all of you. I could easily go with any of you tonight. Very, very tough. I like Andy Preston's, going back to the original Han and the coolness and what Han is. Andy Spoon's wow game, got no more to add to that. Jason talked about the two characters, absolutely great, absolutely passionate. And Pete talked about Leia, just great, absolutely brilliant. Particularly like the focus on the hair and the sculpts and the different variations that we've got. But if I was forced to pick one, I'm going to have to go with Andy Spoon's. I think his passionate play about why Han Bespin was the best of those four characters was brilliant. One of the best I've heard. In fact, all four could have been winners tonight.
I think it's a northern thing, isn't it, boys? It's he just likes anyone who's northern.
I'm not northern.
None is a northern.
Northern in my book. Anything north of Southern is definitely north.
I think Jason's probably the most northern, followed by you, Pete.
Jason's just wretchedly not northern anymore. He's a softy southerner. He goes around dressing up as bits of.
I'm only down here on loan.
No, you're a Cockney now, boy.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. I'm honoured, especially as he's actually one of my least favourite figures.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really
well done, Andy. Worthy winner.
I don't know what it is about him, but as a kid, I just found him a bit dull. But people love him, don't they? So.
Mm-hmm. Right then, so let's hope you remember who picked you out as a winner as we're heading to your quiz there, Spoons.
Well, this is a quick and easy quiz. Are we doing the quiz now?
Yeah, I do.
A quick and easy quiz. You'll all be pleased to know. Are you familiar with the game Taboo?
No.
Not really.
The drink, maybe.
Well, the game Taboo You're going to split you into two teams. This isn't taboo. This is T-boo. Oh, with a Star Wars theme. And you're going to be into two teams. Just made my notes here. So Richard and Andy are team 1.
Oh.
Pete and Jason are team 2. And you're each going to have 30 seconds to describe 10 Star Wars figures, vehicles, or playsets without using the taboo words. And I'm going to send you a list of the taboo words, which are essentially the titles of that Star Wars figure, ship, or playset. For instance, if it was AT-AT driver, you wouldn't be able to say AT-AT or driver as the taboo words. I'm toying with the idea if you're not allowed to say snow either, but I'm gonna let you have those because it might make it too difficult. We've got 30 seconds. There's a list of 10, and we're going to start off with figures. So a list of 10 figures, and you have to describe those figures without using their names as quickly as possible, with the other team member guessing, and then you're going to swap over. And essentially, however many they guess is the score that you get. But if you say the taboo word, then you've got to move on to the next one. I could say you're out, but we're not going to do that. You've got to move on to the next one. Just means you can't score on that. Does that sound simple enough?
Yep.
Right.
So we've got to do it to our teammates. I've got to do it to Jason.
30 seconds isn't a lot of time, mate. You've got to get many.
It isn't. I was. It might get a bit boring if it's any longer, but we'll see. If it's going well, if you like you only get, or if it's going very badly and you're only going to like describe 2 figures in 30 seconds, we'll make it a minute.
Right.
This is the games I've heard of it. I've had to. It's bizarre things like this. I thought it'd be a good idea to do, and then I was listening to a couple of podcasts. I listened to Quickly Kevin when he scored with Josh Widdicombe and a few others, and it's an old one, and I'd already done this quiz, and then they did it with 90s footballers. You have to guess the 90s footballer without saying the key words. And then there was a comedy of the week or something, but they're all doing it. But it's a great quiz. So we'll start off with 30 seconds, but yeah, if you're doing really badly, we'll extend it to a minute. How about that?
Okay.
So I think on my list is going first to Jason.
Oh, okay.
Unless, any objections to that?
Let's see what happens. Send me the list.
Timer up. Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess so. It's going to be a disaster, but it'd be quite fun, Jason.
Ready?
Just think like me, Jason. Think like me.
Thinking like Pete.
Stopwatch. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go.
For it. Lives his aunt and uncle.
Luke Skywalker.
Has a face like a sea creature or like a bum.
Oh, Squid Head? Prune Face? No.
Like a bum.
I know the one you mean, but I can't remember his name.
We're going to go for a minute.
Okay, yeah, let's keep going. Right.
We pass.
Lives his aunt and uncle, but this time might be on a large floating city.
Lives his aunt and uncle, but might be on Luke Bespin.
It might be nearby a large floating city in what looked like Madonna's bras flying through the clouds.
Pilot.
Something you said earlier on, but when you got it wrong, it's got a certain fishy quality to it.
Oh, Squid Head.
Yeah. A red kind of, I don't know, what you said, shampoo bottle.
A red kind of shampoo bottle?
Yeah,
Time is up.
Oh.
That was very good. So what did you get? You got Luke Bespin.
Can't believe you get worse.
And Squid Head. Is that 4?
Yeah.
I think that's a respectable score.
I can't even get Walrus Man. Bum face.
What was the shampoo bottle?
Well, I was going to be Emperor's Royal Guard. I was going to say hangs around old men in a bath, but then I just thought then it was just too late.
Right. I think just to mix it up a bit, we won't go on to Jason and Pete next. We will do Andy to Richard next.
Oh dear.
Righto.
Are you feeling confident, Richard?
Doesn't sound like it.
I was until I heard the shampoo bottle one.
Right. Richard, are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Take it away.
Andy, are you ready? Go.
My action figure face-off character.
Han Solo.
Green character in the cantina.
Guido.
One of Lando's policemen.
Lobot.
No, wearing blue. With a blue
Bespin card.
hat. Yep. The Cloud City's administrator.
Lobot.
No, the administrator, the boss in charge.
Lando Calrissian.
Yeah. Short green guy lives on Dagobah.
Yoda.
Yeah. Guy in Jabba's palace, 2 brain tentacles behind.
Bib Fortuna.
Yeah. The one that looks after the big monster in Jabba's palace.
Rancor Keeper.
The one who lost his aunt and uncle wearing a brown piece of cloth.
Luke Poncho.
Purple.
Stop.
Ugnaught.
That was very good. An impressive 8.
Ooh.
Yeah, but you got them all right, didn't you? Up to the time running out. Impressive.
Very good. Well done, Rich.
Thank you.
Jason and Pete.
Come on, Jason. Give me your best.
Jason, are you ready? They're coming through. Go.
Lady with buns for hair.
Princess Leia, Organa.
A cantina alien that could be a work tool.
Hammerhead.
That's close to who that was.
Cocky kind of guy who hangs around in a flying city.
Lando.
Other cocky guy who's his mate.
Lobot.
Has a sidekick who's essentially a walking dog.
Chewbacca.
No, the sidekick of the walking dog.
What? Han Solo.
Yes, in a flying kind of city.
What? I said Lando.
No.
What?
The guy who's the sidekick of the dog on a flying base.
What are you on about?
Stop.
What are you on about, man?
Comedy gold.
I can't say more than it's right. Chewie's sidekick, Chewie's mate, on a flying city. Who's Chewie's mate?
You can always pass as well. You can always move on to
Oh my god, it was so funny.
Chewie's mate?
Yeah, it's over, Jason. It's over.
On a flying...
Han Bespin. It was too funny.
Han Solo Bespin.
Hey!
Oh.
It was like cocky. Right, Dobby Lando.
I thought you got me a cocky guy. Lobot.
Well, what's it about Lobot?
Lobot's a cheeky shit as well.
Right. Well, you've got some catching up to do, guys. It's back to
Catching
Richard
up.
and Andy. I'm now sending these to Richard, aren't I? Are you both ready?
Yeah. Where's the words I can't use?
They are the words you can't use.
Oh, I just can't use the names, right? Okay.
So anything in that. So they're basically the titles of the card.
Okay.
So anywhere, but also Jason was pushing this a little bit. If they have got a furry friend, you shouldn't be saying their name. But yeah,
Pete was so hopelessly stuck at that.
Yeah. I felt sympathy for Jason there. I almost made a
Star
donation.
Wars, Lobot, yes.
I almost sent in the Samaritan's number. I felt that bad.
I just couldn't stop laughing.
Right. Okay.
You
Ready?
both ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Yep.
Beep beep.
R2D2.
Hollow tubes.
Tusken Raider.
Gong.
Paradroid.
Endor. Bunker.
Leia.
Green suits. Lots of them.
Rebel Commando.
Oh, well, I've got the wrong one then. The one and a half.
Rebel Soldier.
And the person who might have led them.
Rebel Commando.
Person who did live with his aunt and uncle but had a black glove.
Luke Jedi.
Stripey. Pointy hat.
Low Grey.
And another one.
Tebow.
Another one.
Oh God.
All brown.
Another bloody Ewok. You just said Stripey.
Yeah, and another one.
Paplu.
Another one who's all brown. Bit bigger.
Wicket.
Another one.
You can
Rumba.
pass.
Toilet roll bandages.
You got
Bandages.
Dengar.
A useless.
I'll give you that one. But that's time up.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted a bit there for saying you got it. But still a very, very good score. That is 7.
Hey.
So
Would you just say another one just because of just Ewoks all the time? Or we just got stuck on an Ewok?
I couldn't see it, Ewok.
You have to get an Ewok first to say another one, though.
Well,
don't
yeah,
you?
exactly. But it was just a random bunch of Ewoks.
Yeah, these are random lists. So
Yeah, the Ewoks all look the same to me anyway.
well, that was a
Nice smell.
good first round. The scores are Richard and Andy 15, Pete and Jason 6.
I think we got 8. You know, I don't think we got.
Did you get 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say we get 8. That only
Yeah, I think we've got
So-
12, 15.
Yeah, I think you did actually. I do apologise.
Oh,
3.
I think that's points off Mr. Spoons there.
You sort of got Dengar a couple of seconds after the timing as well.
Right.
Take one off.
Okay.
Take one off, Andy, quickly.
What for them? No, I think they did get 8 though. I'll give them that. But I mean, they don't need the points. I think they've been a bit greedy.
Exactly.
Really.
So that'd be great.
Where's the
We're having fun. They're being serious.
Right, Pete? It's back to you.
Oh,
I fear for you two now because it's getting harder. It's ships, play sets, and beasts.
oh no. Oh, can we have beasts?
Go.
Large grey vehicle where you put people in, and it's for the bad guys. And it's on the ground.
AT-AT.
And it talks.
On the ground, yeah, it talks. It's got electronic bits.
Oh, the Imperial troop transport.
Yeah, that's the one. It's like an AT-AT, got less legs.
ATST.
It's one of those mini rigs, but it's in between 2 and 4.
MLC3.
Yes, the musically generated Jawa craft. No, sorry, it's not Jawa craft, is it? The vehicle that Luke drives around in, but it's controlled. Well, it's operated by sort of sounds.
Luke drives around and is operated by sound. Land speeder.
Yes, the Sonic one. Well done, Jason. Brilliant. A large city of trees.
Ewok playset.
Yes, that's well done.
Stop.
And Madonna's bras again.
Well done, you two. That's 5. That was your best score. I
Some
don't
previous
Didn't
ones
make
here.
Madonna's bras again in space.
space.
Cloud.
Yes, that one. Oh, I've got 6. Brilliant.
No, you could still. Could you win? So what do you got? You got 6, 11. Yeah, if
I'm not going to
Andy
get any. I'm not going to get any of Jason's.
anything,
I'm not
if they
getting any of
score
Jason's.
0, you could win. It's all to play for. So, Andy, I believe you are next.
Allegedly.
It's
Where is it? I'm looking out for it.
coming. Go.
Rebel bomber. Spaceship. In the Battle of Death Star. Gold leader. Blue
I was
one.
doing Y-Wing, but I would have thought Bomber was in the thing. Right. Y-Wing.
Yes. This is a body rig. It's a black one, black and grey. Power of the Force vehicle.
Pure Sniper.
Yep. This is a mini rig, one of the first ones to be released, white with black engines on the sides, R2 and 3PO riding in it.
Oh, ISP6.
No, move on. Han and Chewie's spaceship.
Millennium Falcon.
Yep. This is a mini rig. It's green. It's got a red sail on the top of it.
Sand Skimmer.
No.
One-man seal skip.
Yes. This is a snow play set with Darth Vader's
Rebel.
troops inside it.
The Rebel Command Center.
No. There's a collapsing snow bridge.
It's tough, this one. Yeah.
Do you know what it is, Richard?
The Imperial Command Center, that's what it's called.
Imperial attack base. Yeah, we won't give you
Imperial
that. So,
attack base, that's it, yeah.
the end
Yeah,
of
don't
that
give me anything.
round, you've got 4 for that. So you have a total of 20.
Tough, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pete and Jason.
PDT-8 was the one you missed out on, Rich.
PDT.
Jason, I think I've got to get all of them right, Jason.
Okay.
I've got to get
You
10.
got 6. You got 11, and they've got 20.
If we get past the first one, I'm going to be really happy.
Is that right? So that's 16,
Yeah,
20. Yeah, if you get all these right, you win. I don't quite know how that works.
I haven't had my go yet. That's how.
Yeah, I think I think you know. I think we all know how it's going to go. Jason, we're going to go for 1. If we get 1, we're going to be happy. Okay.
If you make me laugh as much as you did last time, you might get some extra points.
The cocky guy, Lobot. Yeah, right.
He is cocky. He's a cheeky little chimp with his big flowery arms.
I haven't got any lists. It's going to be.
Yeah, it's coming now. It's coming now. Have you got it?
Just do it, Jason. I'll guess them. Million Falcon.
We've had that one.
Yeah.
Have you got that? Peter, you ready?
No, but go.
Go.
The great running dog thing that the Imperials use. Mini rig becomes between 3 and 5.
3 and 5. Was it the INT4?
Yes. The baddie spaceship, but it's all beat up.
It's all beat up. Darth Vader's TIE fighter with battle flange.
Close enough. The big ship that said baddie flies around on, not the little one, the big one. Cheese.
Yeah, yeah. Oh God, what's it called? Oh, I can't remember what it's called. The thingamajig. Pass. Keep going.
It's the little droid that they sent to find the rebel base. And,
the Probot base. Blangy.
Place where all the goodies hang around out to figure out what to do next.
What's that? They hang around what to do next.
The Rebel Command Center.
The bar.
That'd be a good place at that. Yeah.
That was actually quite a good clue there. Actually, doing.
So yeah, I was trying to get you to battle damaged Imperial TIE fighter.
I said that, didn't I?
Kind of, yeah, and then
you said Darth Vader TIE fighter, but I was being generous.
Yeah, come on, they've had
Darth Vader Star Destroyer,
wibbly ones. I just couldn't. I was thinking of what's it called, the Emperor's ship thingy. What's it called? I was thinking of that for some reason.
Well, they didn't score 9.
Oh.
So, as it stands, Andy, Richard 20, Jason and Pete. You got 15.
Oh, that's not bad.
Richard, you don't actually need to play. Do you want to play?
I think we need to. Yeah, we might get minus points for being that bad.
Yeah.
Here we go. The final one. Let's see if you can get 10 out of 10. Richard, go.
Luke ship.
X-wing fighter.
Something that we had as kids with a rubber band that would fire things, and it belongs to little fairy bears.
Ewok battle wagon.
No, you had it on a little bit of wood, and you were
Ewok catapult.
Yeah. Luke ship, but the broken one.
Battle damaged X-wing.
Something that Luke tried to sell on Tatooine.
Land speeder.
A small mini rig that has a sail.
Sand skimmer.
Loads of little parts you can put them together to create different.
Droid factory.
A really weird mini rig that was green and sort of
Endo Forest Ranger.
Mos Eisley and cardboard backdrop.
Cantina action playset.
The one that was the other backdrop.
Creature Cantina.
Yeah. Right,
Stop.
the ship.
Oh, you were close. I thought you were going to do it.
Oh.
It's because of it had Creature Cantina, and then the next line was Action Playset, and I didn't realize it was all one word, one sentence, and I was trying to figure out what the hell is this going on about. That's how I lost it.
Yeah, it's too much time on the catapult. I think if you got that straight away.
Yeah. Yeah, the firing the rubber bands at Ewok Village.
You should have said, Richard, what you had up north as a kid.
I used to make some great peg guns that shoot the middle of a peg out on a rubber band. Well done, everyone.
Very good. Good quiz. Well done, Andy.
Yeah, it was. I had the idea when I said I'll do the quiz, but had to quickly copy everything over just before we started. So I'm glad it worked.
Best quizzes are the ones we don't prepare for.
Absolutely fantastic.
I've been away for a few days, so that's in my defence.
If you're driving around, Andy, you should be doing quizzes and stuff. Come on.
I could be dictating, couldn't I, to my phone?
Yes, absolutely.
I've crammed in. I've been up to Berwick back via Barnard Castle in the last 2 days and must have done 8 hours of driving. I've got through a lot of podcasts. It's what we needed. It's like a 5-hour Vintage Rebellion one. That's what I needed.
Did you listen to the
Andy,
5-hour one?
was your trip to Barnard Castle legitimate?
Yeah.
I had to discuss people's COVID measures with them, actually, because I wasn't sure people were actually being quite to current guidelines, although there aren't technically any at the moment, are there? Yeah, it was a legitimate visit. I did not get my eyes tested. I had no ill family members in the car driving them up and down the country.
You were just exporting Star Wars toys between here and Scotland.
I saw some episode 1 tat in an antique shop window this morning when I was having a quick nose round before I went to the office. But nothing opens there till gone 10, so couldn't go in. It was the Pod Racer digital alarm clock. And I saw it in the window. I was actually quite tempted.
Thing is, though, Andy, if you think what's been going on, like with the Starfighter, the price of that suddenly went bonk. You go and look at it. They've calmed down now. They have calmed down, but for a couple of days they went absolutely insane. That just goes to show, doesn't it? All it takes, if the Mandalorian season 3 has got a bit of episode 1 ships and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Mark Mulcaster, that's one podcast I did listen to. Mark Mulcaster was saying that he rushed out and bought one.
What happened with the price of Rancors?
Not a great deal. I think that'll come though, Jason. That's to come. Because all we've seen so far is one on the floor, and if it comes in the final episode where it's all gone, it goes a bit, mad. We could be seeing a Danny Trejo action figure, and everyone wants a Rancor.
Why are your Rancors now?
Yeah.
Has the price of 8D8 gone through the roof?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you mean went through the roof? It's already through the roof.
I keep imagining 8D8 going, Father.
Right then, great quiz there, Andy. Really enjoyed that one. Absolutely great stuff. Let's move on to the newest acquisitions to round up the intro, and we'll move on to Jason, because I like the looks of this. So, Jason, let's take it away.
I've gone old school, and I've gone to the SWF UK latest acquisition thread, and on page 1871, there's a post from a chap called Gadders, who's got a lovely vintage Star Wars poster. And on one side, it says, Star Wars is forever in big red letters at the top. And it's got all the main characters on there from the film. So there's Darth Vader, Luke, Han, Chewie, R2-D2, C-3PO. There's an Ewok there, the Emperor. And then on the back side, there's just this amazing shot with about what looks like most of the action figures all set up in a lovely scene with an AT-ST walker. And is that another AT-ST walker there? Anyway, double-sided poster, and both sides of it are absolutely fabulous. I don't have one of these. I want one now, and I think I have seen this before, but what a great pickup.
Where are those posters available then?
I'm not particularly sure, because I've not seen one before, but is it a UK, Mr. Preston, would you know?
It's not. No, it's American. It's Kenner. I got a feeling it was a mail away or a competition prize or something along those lines. But yeah, fantastic poster.
Yeah, lovely. I really like on good spot there, Jason. Okay, Andy Preston, then, saying that you just chimed in. What have you spotted?
Yeah, cheers, Rich. This is something that I spotted on Echo Base Vintage, and this was posted by Gary Scarborough. And this is a tri-logo carded Lumat Ewok Warrior, but there is something very unusual about the card back. It has a Wicket card back photo, not Lumat. And Gary says, an early birthday present arrived for myself today. An early Spanish PBP tri-logo Lumat. Some might think this is a miscard, but it isn't. PBP didn't have the correct artwork available for both Lumat and Patplu at the time of release, so they used the Wicket card back and changed the nameplate to the correct name. When the correct card back was available, they stopped production of these versions. I've been searching for these versions for a long time. They don't come up for sale that often. Just looking for the Patplu version now. And he gave big thanks to Luke Wilkinson and Paul DeSykes for the heads up. Nice to see friends looking out for each other. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Very pleased to see collectors keeping an eye out for things, helping the mates. And yeah, not something I was actually aware of before. Didn't know these existed. Lou Matt and Pat Plou on Wicket card backs. How about that?
I picked up one of these a couple of years ago, and I think I listed it in my latest acquisitions. It must have been shortly after I joined the show. But yeah, I've got one of these.
Oh, I must have fell asleep by that point, Jason.
Yeah, well, I had long lists back then. I still do, so it's easy to miss these things. But yeah, I've got a card back of that.
Yeah, lovely, really nice item that. I'm going to move over to my item next. It's a small head Han, which I don't know. I still think it is the best of the Hans, the small head Han, the originals. But it's a small head Han on a 31 back mock. Okay, now obviously, as we know, the small head Han was phased out fairly early on in the run. But this one comes with a rare W footer to make it even more, unique and tricky to get. And so some of these footers, I mean, this one certainly goes up high. It comes up to his knees, and maybe even a touch higher. And Jason, I did a little bit of research on the W footers, and I believe that, is a 3 or so, maybe 4, 30 backs on the Palatoy card came the W footer?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. So, I mean, that's the one that obviously came on the Palatoy 12 back, and I think that also came on the 30B as well.
Yeah, so they started, not only they phased the W footers out, and they also, got rid of the small head hands. This is incredibly rare. I think the guy who put it up, I've got to check now, it's in the Deal or No Deal group, and it was Frank Millen, and he said it's mega rare. Only a few examples are in existence. This is one of the rarest Empire Strikes Back Kenner cards. Bubble is perfect, factory sealed, free of damages, but the card does have some stress lines. Offers in euros, please. And I believe it's sold for, around about 2,550 euros. I mean, that's a pretty decent price, I think, that for such an unusual item. Ross Barr doesn't have one. Obviously, Ross Barr's, quite known to be hand focus collector. He has one with the flat footer. He doesn't have one with the W footer. But great spot that, and goodbye for Morten Gunderson, who picked that up. Absolutely excellent item. I did try to do a little bit of research on W footers and things, but it's so difficult to find anything about them other than an article on Star Wars Home UK talking about the Palatoy ones. But then I started doing a little bit of research on the Pinhead Han and why did it change. And this goes back to 2003 on Rebel Scum. And a guy called Nick McCarthy responded on there to say, I think it was changed due to looks. If it was a size issue, I'm pretty sure they could have geared it up a little, used the same principles they did on creating the micro range, i.e. sculpt the figure, using a gearing method to reduce or increase the size. Now, I was always under the impression that the head had changed because it was too small. Was that your general feelings on it?
I don't know about the head being changed, but on Palatoy in the 45C, the Boba Fett that was mass-produced in the UK and also faked by Totoni, the variation of that they did, the 45CG that came out of Hong Kong, also has the folded footer on it.
The W footer.
It's not seen. I mean, that is just not seen on Return of the Jedi card. So that was just peculiar to that factory having that particular footer in that case.
Right. Either Andy then. So did you think the
I thought it was a terrible sculpt, so they replaced it with an even worse one. So,
well,
I was going to say I much prefer the small head version. Don't like the big melon head.
Well, Eddie Alvino over on Rebel Scum had posted, this change was based on looks, as far as I know. I speak to the former sculptor every once in a while, and he told me that originally there were 3 different heads he sculpted for Han Solo. The first was scrapped before the tooling stage. The second was the large version, and the third was the small version. He remembers Harrison Ford as a plague because it was so hard to get a good likeness of him. He also sculpted Fett, Obi-Wan, Chewie, parts of Hammerhead, and a 12-inch Chewbacca. Just an interesting side note, Kenobi's head was sculpted based on a Steve Austin mould that was lying around Ken at the time. The sculptor didn't want to start with rough clay, so he found a mould of Steve Austin's head and cast a wax, and from there he sculpted Obi-Wan. And because the director of sculpting thought he did such a good job on Ben, he gave him Solo as another project. I mean, that's just absolutely amazing, absolutely brilliant, that. And then the discussion goes on to different repurposed figures, but I was amazed with that. The fact that the large head hand was actually the second sculpt, and the third one was a small head. So they've gone back to the second sculpt at some point, mainly to do the likeness. Good information there in Rebel Skullman, shows why it's important that these things are still up. Andy Spoons, let's go over to you. What have you spotted?
Mine's another one from Instagram. I do like these on Instagram, and this was actually posted up for sale and sold very quickly, which I was disappointed by because I would have snapped it up. But this was put up by Fourth Moon Toys on Instagram. And I've talked about the bootleg guns from Redondo, a Spanish company, before. I've seen the cap guns quite a lot. I've got a couple myself, remember them as a kid from holidays. But this is one of those friction-powered guns. It's called a 2001 Pistola Espacial. So basically a bootleg item. It's a friction gun. Do you remember those? You pull the trigger and they sort of all spark and make a noise inside. I got a similar one that a pesky friend of my son's broke many moons ago. I was very annoyed about. And this is very similar design to the cap gun. It looks like a kind of 50s sci-fi space gun, but the card art has got Luke, lightsaber hanging down by his leg. He's shooting some 50s sci-fi laser gun, big red beam coming out. There's a crude X-wing behind it, and I just love this. A sort of fluorescent orange color with a green end on it. You can also get a little bit of research, and there's also a lime green one out there, same packaging, but the text on it is lovely actually. So it says toys for children from 8 to 80 years. Quite why it's only for 8, I don't know what happens. I don't know whether that's just because they wanted to go with 80, but it's got clearly translated text, but this is great. Harmless and luminous effects, friction powered motor, very easy to handle, of verified workability and duration. And it's just a lovely piece, lovely bootleg gun. So that's my one for today.
And Pete, what have you found as you've been trawling the interwebs?
That sounds really dodgy there, Richard. I'm just sitting there looking at the internet, looking in strange groups. It was a bit of a random thing, really. It was on collecting Star Wars Beyond the Toys, and it was Splinter the Mind's Eye Uncorrected Proof, signed by Alan Dean Foster, and this was by a guy called Danny Bamberg. I thought was absolutely fascinating. It's just like one of those, I didn't even know what an uncorrected proof was. But it says in his post, and it's his first post apparently on the group. So he said, I wanted to share a really unique item from my own collection. I'm really curious to see if anyone else out there owns or has ever seen one of these. And he's trying to find some information about it. So it was just it's just basically a very, I don't know, it's very plain looking sort of yellow cover to it. And it's been, like I said, it's got a very nice sort of signature-y thing inside of it. Anyone know what an uncorrected proof is? If it's not the absolute
I'm guessing
obvious.
It's to do with colour correction, is it?
Well, no. This isn't. It doesn't have anything to do with the. The cover is just a plain yellow cover with the premise on the front, and inside is just the book itself. That's it. It's just a very odd little oddity. I just thought it's just something I never really considered. Collecting those sort of things. An uncorrected proof of Splinter the Mind's Eye. Very strange. Anyone ever come across something like that?
Can't say I have, Pete. Nope. Sounds like a nice piece.
It's very, very odd. Very real oddity. But yeah, if anyone ever has any more information about it, because the guy was after information on the group, and it looks like no one actually could help him. No one has any background info or anything. So if anyone knows about it, it's just like I said, there's zero information. But just if anyone can help him, anyone knows anything about uncorrected proofs of Star Wars novels, then please get in touch and we can put information on that group. But yeah, it's just something I've never seen before. See, they should make that into a film, you see. There we go.
Yeah, the uncorrected proof film. All right, then let's head over to this month's Rebel Briefings.
Daniel Logan reveals old tie. Fed up with FedEx. 25 years of the special editions.
The rebel base is on a moon on the far side. We are preparing to orbit the planet.
Daniel Logan reveals his old tie. We're not talking clothing though, Richard, are we?
No, we don't. So Daniel Logan posted a shot on Twitter of a TIE fighter pilot being launched into space during the Empire Strikes Back asteroid scene when a TIE fighter explodes. And lots of people have commented saying that they've never seen this before. I was a little bit surprised with that. I come over to you, Andy Spoons, and so did you see it, and what did you think of it, and then the reaction afterwards?
I did see it, and I watched the little clip a few times. I was trying to remember. I certainly never noticed it in the film before. I've got a vague feeling I'd seen it posted on Twitter a few years ago, but not 100% sure. It didn't feel new, but I'd definitely forgotten about it.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Preston, we've watched these movies thousands of times. There's always something new, it appears. Was this something that new for you? But like Spoons, I think I'd seen it before. I think it had been on Twitter the last time I'd spotted it.
Yeah, it's something I've known about for years, to be honest. Yeah, as you say, there's always new things to discover about these movies, but that particular one wasn't news to me. But yeah, as you say, based on the reaction to Daniel's post, I guess a lot of people didn't know about it. Certainly a cool Easter egg to spot.
Absolutely. Jason, I mean, you know, every time you watch his movies, you see something, and then when the Book of Boba Fett pulled something out, and there's discussion points going on, and people say, "Oh, you got to go back and watch Jedi and see this scene here, at that angle." You know, isn't it great that we're still picking up new things from these movies?
It is, but I mean, my question is, why? I mean, Daniel Logan, that's the guy who played Baby Boba Fett. Why is he freeze framing the Empire Strikes Back?
You do tend to get a lot of this on Twitter, which is kind of like the larger point of this, really, which is that you're getting a lot of guys who work in the production side of films and Star Wars. There's a few guys I follow, and they keep bringing up little tidbits or things that happened in films you just don't get to see. So they might change the shot slightly or flip over the shot just to give you a different because it might look a bit different. It's a bit of like a cinema cheat. And and there is definitely a following now of these guys, and they're posting some absolutely amazing bits and bobs about films. Not always Star Wars, but in science fiction films in general, because of the special effects being used. There's a lot of cheats and kind of little details you don't notice. And I think it's one of those things. It's like I'm sure someone mentioned this. I'm sure probably Grant was probably talking about it because he was a TIE fighter pilot collector. I'm sure he's mentioned it or someone's mentioned it. And it's just a wonderful insight. It's where Twitter is used for the good rather than, for moaning about stuff, where you get people who are actually working on these things, giving you a little insight into filmmaking and little Easter eggs here and there. And it is good to follow those guys. I mean, every day I'm fascinated by some movie insight to how they shot some Superman film or something. So it's just a positive use of Twitter rather than the usual moaning and whinging and cancellation of people.
The moon with the rebel base will be in range in 30 minutes.
Fed? Oh, Andy, we're all fed up of FedEx, surely. I'm fed up of all postal systems that drive me mad.
This is quite a scary story for anyone sending high-value items in the post. So this was on the Lily Lady Star Wars group on Facebook, and a sad tale of Jeff Jacob, who sent $35,000 worth of Lily Lady carded figures to the AFA. The figures were posted on the 2nd of January via FedEx and ended up disappearing at a hub in Georgia. And this is what he says. I would like to bring the attention to something that happened to me recently, which has never happened to me in all the years I've been collecting. I sent a package by way of FedEx, as I've done for decades now, over to get graded at Action Figure Authority, AFA. My package was sent on the January the 2nd, and by January the 6th, it was supposed to deliver. Here's where everything went wrong in the system. It shows delivering to a hub in Georgia, but the package never left the facility on the tracking. After 10 days went by, I made a claim, and that's FedEx, refused the claim, which is extremely frustrating considering the package is probably worth about $50,000 after it would have all been graded. He personally has $35,000 invested in this box, and now it's nowhere to be found. The only reason I'm posting this post is that if somebody fraudulently working at FedEx took the package, I want everybody to be aware of the items that were in the package to help me try and find the items. Now, clearly, we don't know that that's happened, that someone's that's stolen it from there, but it's clearly disappeared there if they pop up for sale. Below are the pictures of the items, so if you possibly see any of these pop up for sale, I would have to be very grateful for a heads up, as I've never had this happen before. Who knows if it'll ever show up, but if these pieces are extremely unique, and especially in this condition, so I believe they'll be easy to identify. Have my lawyer involved, but if anyone else ever gone through anything like this with FedEx, any help would be great. Thanks, Jeff. So basically, questions over to the group. I'm going to start with you, Pete. Pete, would you send that much in value by post in the first place? And also, let's say there hadn't been an issue and it got to AFA, and they're then sending it back, as Jeff says, potentially with like 15,000 extra on the value. Would you trust the post service to get it back to you? Or would you go and collect it?
A difficult one. I mean, for a start, if anything was over like 10 grand, I'd be flying it myself in a box to somewhere. Now, I know they obviously sent it to be graded and sent back again, but I mean, I was checking up on these websites, like FedEx and USPS and all that sort of stuff, to see what if they did cover huge amounts of money, and they do. That's like 50 grand, it seems, that they're covered by. But so if someone's sending 50 grand items, then it's not going to be, it's going to. If you're sending a £50,000 insured item, I don't know what. Did you say it was insured?
I assume it was. I mean, Richard's going to talk about this, but they wouldn't pay out for a reason. So
it was insured, yes.
So it was insured. So you would think a company of that size, who are dealing with enormous amounts of money in a package, a box or whatever, that there would be, you're paying for a ridiculous amount of security because it's in your interest to get that package. So I don't understand how anyone in a FedEx system, unless it's corrupt, it just seems an unimaginable situation where, oh, look, here's an item which is worth £50,000 being insured for. So you're not just going to throw it on the back of a lorry, are you? It's going to be, a guy with a chain around his hand taking this thing. That sort of level of security. I'm not saying it's that, but that sort of level of security.
Do you think they take that much notice, or is it just another cardboard box when it's in the system?
Surely it can't be, because you'll be forking out money. I mean, unless FedEx is just, like I said, it has a corrupt side of itself. I just cannot see how you would have an item that expensive. We're not talking like a 5 grand item. We're talking like a 50 grand item. There must be a special system in place that deals with high value items. It goes in a special van in a special place. So, I mean, how they're not paying out for something like that is shocking. Lawyers have got to be involved. But personally, if I had an item of that value, I would fly across the country with it in my hands. I think we've had it a few times. I remember Ben going off to, I think it was France, to meet somebody. I think Christian of Julia Eclipse did I think he did a similar thing, drove off to somewhere in Europe to hand over things.
I think Jeff's in the States. I don't know what a cross-country flight would cost.
It's not that expensive. I mean, I've flown all the way across the States, done all sorts of internal flights, and not a lot of money, to $100 kind of thing sometimes, depending how far it is. But it's not that much money. You're not talking, £600 or something, unless you're going to go first class. You can definitely do it, unless it's like from Los Angeles to New York. If you're in the middle to the Midwest kind of thing, then surely you'd just fly it over. I know that's easier said than done, but I just think for anything over, tens of thousands of pounds or dollars, then surely you're flying it yourself.
I totally agree. Jason, what value would you send by post? And I suppose, if you're happy to talk about it, what's the most valuable item you've sent by post?
Yes, I mean, just what you're saying about going in person. Certainly when I was doing my first 12 Palatoy Mint on Card run, I got 4 of the last 5 I needed in one purchase, and went and met a guy at a train station to do the transaction, because then, a couple of £1,000 then was quite a lot of money. What would I send by post? I mean, I'd personally stick within the limits of the postal service. And here in the UK, if you post via Royal Mail within the UK, it's £2,500. And for international shipments, it's up to £250. And I have actually made a claim on the international shipment. And it was when I was getting rid of my Toy Tony mint on cards, and I had 16 of these things, and I sold them off. I took them down to the post office. The first thing they would do is they would play box Jenga with these things. So they'd get each box, scan it, put a label on it, stick it on the table, and then just see how high they could stack the boxes before they all fell over. And I think the best box Jenga I got was 7. But on this particular day, I explained to the lady what the package was. I said it's a rare vintage Star Wars collectible. It's worth about £130. That's what the person's paid for it. It's extremely fragile. The box has got fragile tape all the way around it. So she nodded and went, oh, yeah, that's fine. Put the postal label on it, swung round in a pedal chair, and with one arm launched the parcel towards the collection bin. And it bounced off the side and didn't go in. At which point I kind of went, right, so can you please not throw the rare, fragile, expensive collectibles at the bin? And she kind of looked at me like thunder and then stood up, picked them all up, and then dumped them in the bin. So it got all the way to, I think it was Singapore or somewhere in Asia. And of course, the one that she'd thrown was the Gamorrean Guard figure. So he'd gone straight through the bubble. And the guy said, do you know how this could have happened? And he went, actually, I do. I watched it happen. I had to put the claim form in, and they wanted printouts of all the eBay listing, pictures of the parcel. And I kind of said on the claim form exactly what happened and what she did. And they came back, they paid the claim, and they said, we have no idea how this could have happened in our postal system because, everything. And I said, well, ignored the fact that I told them exactly what happened on the car, but they did pay up. So
that's not. I didn't realise the level for overseas insurance was so low. With the value of Star Wars figures these days, most carded figures, certainly Empire Strikes Back and earlier, are at least £250, aren't they, or more?
Yeah. I mean, there's very little that would fit in the limits now, I would say.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, Andy, what about AFA? What's their role in this? Do they hold any responsibility?
I think that depends upon what arrangement they had with Jeff in the first place. I would expect any reputable company to, at the very least, offer full insurance and make it very clear to the buyer in the terms and conditions that if the buyer declines insurance, then loss or damage is entirely at their own risk. Now, I've never sent anything for grading, so I don't know how AFA or any other company, for that matter, deals with their postage. But as you say, when you're dealing with items of very high value with some of these figures, it's a no-brainer. You've got to have the insurance, and I think that's something that AFA or any other company should be looking at, very seriously if they don't do that.
Maybe sort of recommending not if FedEx don't pay out for things like this, maybe they have their own preferred courier. I mean, I don't send stuff to AFA either, so I wouldn't know how it works. But it's a weird one. If you send something to them, you are posting it. It's all on you. But the very fact that the way they operate is encouraging people posting high value items from all over the world. It's you do wonder whether they do help in any way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've not sent anything of particularly high value, but anything that's up there into the hundreds, I will always say to the buyer, this is the price for tracked and fully insured. If you want it cheaper, I can do it cheaper, but I want it in writing from you that it's at your own risk.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Richard, the reason they don't want to pay out is really interesting, and I don't know whether British firms behave in this way, but FedEx say they cannot verify Jeff's supporting information, which essentially means that because he hasn't got evidence of packing the box with these expensive items, as far as they're concerned, it could just be an empty box that he's claiming has gone missing. Now, as a scam, that's not going to have a very high success rate, is it? Sort of relying on your empty box being lost. It seems outrageous to me. But yeah, is this an approach couriers take in the UK? And is there a risk, just generally sending high value toys, basically those companies arguing about the value of them as well?
Well, yeah, the value is difficult to prove as well, isn't it? I was asked to post a box, and I think it was around about £25,000. And the post office, from memory, wanted to make £300 to post it. And the guy refused to pay. And I remember sitting there thinking, well, you're bloody getting it, whether one way or another. So he actually came and picked it up, which for that amount of money, you would have thought they would just done anyway.
Yeah.
You wouldn't risk posting that. Bizarre. But equally, I do kind of get it, because if a box goes missing, I mean, come on, we've all heard about the scams in Britain when people have been burgled, or they've had a car stolen, and they've had like a diamond watch and an iPad and all these kind of stuff in the car. It's the same kind of thing, isn't it? So it's a tricky one. It really is. I don't like FedEx's story.
That's opportunism, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
your car's stolen.
is.
You pretend something was in it because it was stolen. You're not waking up that day thinking getting someone to steal your car would essentially be the equivalent of this. Just sending empty boxes in the post insured for high value in the hope that they get lost. It's not a great way to get rich.
It isn't, but it could be the hope it gets damaged as well, which I imagine a lot of these parcels do get damaged. And there's possibly been a lot of claims made against FedEx over the last 2 years or so, when the prices have been ridiculously high, saying that's damage. And FedEx have probably went, well, how on earth do we know what these are worth? Because, they had $1.99 price stickers on them. It really is difficult for FedEx. However, in this situation, I think I was reading that story again today, and I believe there's a 30-day rule which hasn't kicked in yet, so it's not officially announced as lost yet. So I'm not sure I've heard the end of the story, but I would be leaning towards what Jeff's thinking of doing and actually going out to the sorting centre myself and trying to get any grounds on where this has gone to. So I'm pleased he's taking it further. Jeff's more than got enough money to fly first class to go and drop this thing off, but obviously he's such a busy guy with work and that. You can see from his Facebook posts, he seems to be doing a lot of construction and working in the building trade. He's posted these for 20 years. He said he's never had a problem yet. However, all it takes is for a Star Wars fan to be working at FedEx and picking up on these things that are getting sent to the FA, and one of these boxes goes missing, and that potentially that person's quids in at some point in the future. It's a very worrying story.
Yeah, I think it is. It's something for us all to think about when we're posting, but also do look at that Facebook post. They are rare pieces. If they do pop up, most likely they are Jeff. So let's all keep our eyes peeled and let's hope they get back to Jeff one way or another.
Well, Andy, we haven't mentioned what is missing, because obviously, some of our listeners don't do Facebook. We'll just quickly run through them. I've got them all here. So we've got a Liddy Stormtrooper on the La Guerra de las Galaxias card. We have a Death Squad Commander on the same card. Obviously, all these are sealed. We have Princess Leia Organa. We've got the Big Wing Pilot, the ATST Driver. We've got Zuckuss, another Big Wing Pilot, Imperial Commander, Chewbacca, possibly Jawa, 8D8, Lando, 9 Gnome, Vader, Squared Head. There's lots and lots of things there. He hasn't got photographs of them all, but he's got a list of them all. So they're all Lily sealed carded figures. Yeah, let's see if they appear on the market at any point soon.
Rebel base 1 minute and closing.
Right, 25 years of special editions. 25 years since the worst thing ever happened to Star Wars.
Well, I sort of get what you're saying, Pete, right? But obviously, if it wasn't for the special editions, we may not have had the impact of what came next. I mean, obviously, the special editions part funded the prequels, which kept Star Wars going for some. For others, it was their Star Wars. So it really kickstarted the whole next level. And I do get what you're saying. There's some parts of Star Wars in particular that makes you really cringe, less so in Empire and less so in Jedi again, for me. But, some people say that some of the changes in Jedi are the worst out of all of them. I guess it's each of their own personal preference. I've seen that many different versions of all three movies now. And I've got to say, Harmy's despecialized. The first Star Wars one, it's not Harmy, is it? Who's the guy who remade them?
Yeah, Harmy.
It is
called
Harmy.
Harmy's despecialized editions, yeah.
Yeah, so he did the first Star Wars one, which I really enjoyed, but then he just went mad on the Empire one and just threw all these special extras in, which totally went against.
No, you're You're not
not
talking
Harmy,
about
no, is it?
Harmy. You're talking about 81.
81, that's him, the Welsh guy. 81. Yeah, so I've seen 81, the 81's version. So I've seen that many different versions of these movies now. It's getting, for me at times a bit difficult to go, oh yeah, that one's special edition.
For me, Rich, to be fair, these specialised versions, the Harmy ones, are the ones that I watch now. I don't bother with it. I mean, I've got some on videotape. I can't remember where they are. They're in the loft somewhere in a box. But if I want to watch the original trilogy, I don't go to Disney. I don't go anywhere other than those despecialized versions. For a start, they're really good. You can just download them, whenever. Lucasfilm have just not even bothered going after them because they're not charging money for them. They just if you want to download it, here it is, and they're enormous files. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 gigabytes in some aspects, and it just looks so fantastic. And if you look at the process of what he did. It's so refreshing because the film looks great. He's cleaned it up properly. It looks like what you would probably imagined back in the day. When I watch the special editions, I just get frustrated. Obviously, the Jabba the Hutt scene keeps getting redone every time it's released. It's in the Star Wars. And I remember at the time when it came out, I remember I saw the trailer for it when I was in London at I think it was the Empire Cinema in Leicester Square. And it just, everyone was like, oh my goodness, we're going to have Star Wars in the cinema again. And I remember going to watch it and really enjoyed it. But my overall thing was the Empire film was fantastic. There wasn't particularly much that was ruined by it. Star Wars Jabba the Hutt scene didn't work. It didn't work as a scene. It didn't work with Jabba in it. It just looked naff. And the Return of the Jedi, the Ewok stuff at the end, Yub Nub was changed to something else. I didn't mind that, to be fair. I actually kind of like both versions. But it still grates on me. That great films were changed.
As far as I'm concerned, it was great to see the movies back on the big screen. Can't argue with that. Star Wars in the cinema is always a great experience. But the special editions, on seeing them, I didn't like most of the changes at the time. That view's only strengthened since. I really don't enjoy watching them, and as you said, Pete, I think Harmy's editions, which are basically the movies as they were originally presented in the cinema but cleaned up, are the ones to watch. On the plus points, cleaning up the matte lines and some of the transparencies like in the snow battle, that works well. Star Wars some bits are good additions. The Falcon taken off from Mos Eisley, some of the final battle shots with the X-Wings and TIE fighters. In Empire, putting the Emperor, as we see him in Jedi, into the movie, that's a good addition. Some of the Bespin hallways.
Jedi. No monkey eyes? What you got against monkey eyes?
Well, it's just not consistent, though, is it? It's not the Emperor as we see him. So, but monkey eyes, fair enough, but it does make the movies hang together better. Jedi, I don't think there's a change that I like at all in Jedi. And Jedi rocks. Goodness me, that's just an abomination.
That is literally the worst thing ever.
Absolutely hideous.
Yeah, if anyone wants to talk about slagging off Mandalorian or Boba Fett, all I have to say is yuzum, because that is the worst thing that ever happened. It just takes you out. That takes you out of the film because it's just garbage.
Can't watch it.
No. Agreed. I do agree with that.
Oh.
I think it's worth saying.
It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother you?
No, I watch the Disney special editions now. No, it doesn't bother me in the slightest at all.
Just looks so wrong.
I'll always watch they're not the original versions because they're on DVD. When they did the special editions, they did like an extra disc with what they called the original versions on, but they weren't. They'd still be messed about. I tend to watch those ones. But Empire Strikes Back, I don't even notice the changes in there. I think I do like them. And the thing that always bugged me as a kid was the blue line around Luke when he was falling down the shaft and on Bespin. And them getting rid of that for the special editions, I really appreciated that. So probably didn't notice anything else because I was so pleased that has gone. But yeah, with the Star Wars and Return of the Jedi, I can't do with those changes. Yub nub or nothing for me.
What about I remember having an argument here with Mark Newbold a while ago about this online because I'm still not happy with Anakin Skywalker being the young Anakin because I still don't think it. I don't think it's not the fact they put Hayden Christensen in. It's just the fact that I thought in my head Darth Vader is redeemed, or he becomes Anakin when he kills the Emperor and saves his son. That's when he becomes one with the Force as such.
And Luke wouldn't know who that was. Has Luke ever seen a photo of his dad young? Who's this strange bloke hanging out with Yoda and Ben? He'd be thinking.
It is, but I mean, I still didn't get the change because it's like, hang on a minute, but surely, when he did that, he was Anakin Skywalker again. So he died as Anakin Skywalker, not as Darth Vader. So why he said, "Oh well, I want to be a young one, so I'm going to go back and be a young one." That always bothered me. I think, why just leave Sebastian Shaw in there and let him have his moment? There's no need to. We've just seen him in the film. So let's have him as that. So it always bothered me, that has, but there we go.
The things I like to talk about in Star Wars, there are like three changes in there that I'd like to talk about. The first one is in the end when they do the medal ceremony, when they kind of zoom through all the people lining up to see the medals being received. The ones at the far left and far right are just cardboard cutouts. And once you know they're there, it's just so grating seeing that. So the fact that they actually replace those with real people is a very positive change, because when you know it's there, it just really kind of grates. And then going back to Jabba the Hutt, now when they originally, it was an outtake, and they didn't really know what Jabba was going to be, and it was just a big fat bloke wearing a rug, and then Han kind of walked around him. So given that's the footage they had, they were very limited in what they could do with it. So they were limited by the size of the CGI Jabba they could put in there. So he's quite small. And then they had to kind of alter the footage because Han walked all the way around him. He had to stand on his tail and kind of move up and then move back down again. So they were kind of very limited what they could do. So I can understand that's how they came out with that shot. And the other one was just the whole hand shot first thing, because over the course of time, they've gone from hand shooting first to them shooting at the same time to Greedo shooting first to Greedo just going McClunky for some random reason. And I think the fact that Han shot first is great because it shows what kind of a guy he actually is. And they thought, we can't have Han being bad in any way, and we've got to make Greedo the bad guy. Or maybe he wasn't.
But on that Jabba scene, though, it was cut out for a reason because it didn't work. They could have easily just changed the scene and just said, rather than saying Jabba, saying, just insert a little bit of noise in there and call him someone else, call him Brian. It just doesn't work as a scene anyway. It's just a boring scene that just doesn't add anything to the film. Without it, it actually flows better. So putting that scene in was just... It
does, but I mean, they wanted to get Jabba into Star Wars, which, that's one of the big things when they released the special editions, was the fact that you got to see Jabba early on. So
yeah, and it still doesn't work because it takes away that wonderful beauty of... I remember the build up to Return of the Jedi about Jabba the Hutt. We heard about his character through the films. You had this thing, who is he? What's he going to be? And when seeing that model in that film the first time was just, I can still see it almost now. We didn't know who he was, what he looked like. It hadn't been leaked anywhere. I don't remember ever seeing it before. And then getting into that cinema and seeing and hearing him. I mean, you could almost smell him on screen. It was just brilliant. So putting him into Star Wars was a massive error. And I said, I can't recognise that film.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of put in after everyone had seen Jedi, so it wasn't really being spoilt for anyone at that point.
So. No, it wasn't, but it was still, it's a shocker. And it will never be my Star Wars, so in your face.
There you go.
Harsh as that may be.
What did you think of the shot where Han Solo runs down the corridor and there's about 3 or 4
ruins
away, and then there's about 1 million.
Yeah, it's just awful because that was one of my favourite scenes. My brother used to love that scene. Running around supermarkets doing a similar thing. It just didn't need to be changed. It was still funny. It's like they're running up the corridor. There's a bunch of stormtroopers coming out, a normal amount of stormtroopers, and then when they changed it, it was like 4 million stormtroopers. So, get it out of there.
And like many of these things, the special effects of the time date worse than the original films.
Yeah, they do.
So all those stormtroopers look really fake, whilst the original film tidied up still holds. It could be made last year. It's just
who did and it came out a year or so back. Who did the old Ben Darth Vader redo of the fight, because that was amazing.
Yeah, it was just a guy on YouTube, wasn't it? A little. So I mean, it was, but again, I mean that kind of like slow kind of scene we had. Yes, it's a quality scene, but it just wouldn't fit in the film in my book, because suddenly Kenobi's jumping around like Yoda did in Attack of the Clones. You know, he's jumping up and down all over the place. It's just almost too aggressive. It's a great scene. I mean, I've watched it many times, but it doesn't work.
Yoda does it in the prequels. He's like an old dog.
That's what I just said. In Attack of the Clones, he's jumping up and down.
He's jumping all over the place. So, you know.
But Kenobi, I just think it's fine. That doesn't need to be changed. It's a perfectly wonderful scene where, you know, he's holding off Darth Vader, enough for them to escape. End of story. That's the job is done. We don't need anything. We don't need this dramatic extra fight scene. You know, like I said, the Harmony editions are just, you know, just to watch them in that quality. I mean, I'm not a Blu-ray person. I don't have a Blu-ray or anything. But I mean, just the quality of those films when you see them as they were intended, and they've been cleaned up, and you see, you know, in fact, the special effects seem to work better when the film's been cleaned up, because obviously they've been, you know, compressed and stuff, and you see them on screen, so you don't get that sort of like cinematic quality. And when you see them in their raw format, they actually look all right. Even now, I know they've probably been slightly adjusted even in the Harmony editions just to look better. But yeah, it's always worth checking out the website about the Harmony editions, just to give you an insight into how it's been done and where, because he's basically chopped in footage from all sorts of versions. Because remember, he can't get access to the original version of the film, so he's had to use like Laserdisc versions. And
what resolution are they all?
They are pretty highlight.
Is it over 4K, or is it like?
There are. I think Chris Portis can send a mick at me, because it's like, I think there are 4K versions of it now as well. I think they've done them in really high. But like I said, they had to try and get hold of various scenes from various versions, because some of the you know, I'm trying to talk about something I don't know about, you know, words. Some of the versions that were released on various formats, he's had to cut bits in and out from those versions, because when they produce them onto a video or onto a disc or onto a laser disc, they're all a little bit different, and, you know, slightly lower definition than some and higher in others. So when you see that there's actually, I think there's like 4 editions, he's taken parts of the film and then cleaned it up and then spliced it in. It's a real work of art. It took him years to do the first one. I think it's something like 9 years. I think he worked in it. And he ended up getting a job for a very large film company when he finished it, but he didn't make any money out of it. But he's obviously got a career out of it, which is obviously the most important.
What I'm angling at, I've got an 8K telly now, so I'm looking for some 8K Star Wars.
I'm sure there must be an 8K something or other. I'm quite happy with my videotapes, to be fair.
Stand by. Stand by.
I'm here with James McInerney.
So formal.
James McInerney. Yeah, exactly. I was looking at your name, actually.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at your name? The was it entomology or history of your name? Have you ever looked at it?
Yes. Yeah.
You
yeah.
have, that's good.
We're from Ireland.
You are. Yeah.
McInerney family is from Ireland, and if you, gosh, I wish I could. Like, my brother really has studied all of the lineage and genealogy, and whenever I get put on the spot to talk about it, I draw a complete blank. But I believe my family is from Ennis in Ireland. Okay. And if you go into that region, you'll see the McInerney name on storefronts and elsewhere. So there are strong roots in Ireland for McInerney.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put it on the spot. I just wondered if you'd ever looked at it. It's a really good old-fashioned Irish name. So
yeah. People. So
I'm going to call you Jimmy Mac though, because like
Jimmy
I can't
Mac. It's just easier. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm a radio guy, and when I first got into radio, everyone called me Mac or Jimmy Mac, and it just stuck. And I kind of like it because McInerney sometimes can be a mouthful for people. They just don't know how to actually pronounce it, and it just seems like a Jimmy Mac it sticks with you a little bit more. So that's what I go with. It's more just out of brevity than anything else.
Yeah. So you mentioned your brother. So when you were kids, then you were growing up in you're from Chicago, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
We grew up in. My dad is from the west side. My brother and we grew up in the North Shore suburbs, and now I live in the southwest suburbs. But I've lived in the city off and on, especially when I was younger. I'd have my apartments and stuff in various parts of the city. So we're just always in the Chicago area. That's where my family is primarily from.
Okay.
My mom's side of the family is from Mississippi, though. So I grew up mispronouncing words a lot with those two influences, the Chicago and the Southern. So you kind of mix it together, and you have me.
So you two grew up in Chicago, big city. How did you get to know Star Wars? What was your first kind of Star Wars thing? Well, how did you get introduced to it? Because how old were you when Star Wars came out? 1977. So
I was 8.
I think you were 8 years old. So okay, so you were in that. You had a good knowledge of it then. So how did it happen for you? Well,
it didn't hit me with like a big blast. It kind of seeped into my summer of 77. The thing that I remember the most is going to summer camp and with a bunch of kids, and we were prepping our entry for the 4th of July parade. Okay. The 4th of July, Independence Day, the birthday of America. So we're going to have this van for our camp in the parade, and it was a white van, and we were allowed to paint the van. So we were just there with brushes and paint and just painting this white van, and the theme was movies. Every kid was really high on Star Wars, and they were putting TIE fighters and X-Wings and stuff. I had not seen the film at this point.
What?
I was late seeing the film that year.
Okay.
Being an 8-year-old, I was still. It was interesting in the 70s because being a kid, you would go to G-rated films primarily, Disney stuff, what have you. But it would be primarily G-rated stuff, cartoons, etc. I didn't see a PG film in the theater until I saw this film in 1977. But it wasn't Star Wars. It was Peter Benchley's The Deep with Nick Nolte. And it was a very interesting film to see. The reason why I wanted to see it is because I had picked up the Marvel Comics adaptation of The Deep.
Okay.
My mom she really wanted to see it because Jaws was a big deal. Peter Benchley also wrote Jaws. So this was looked at as the next big thing from the creator of Jaws and all this. And it's an okay movie, The Deep. It's not one of the all-time greats or anything, but it was okay. And I was just really high on the fact that it was my first PG film in the theaters. I mean, that's just how kids operated back then.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of G movie going on back then.
Were you into like science fiction stuff and things like Star Trek? Was that your sort of gig, or were you not into that?
But I was into space because growing up in the 70s, we were in the wake of all the achievements from NASA, the moon landing, the space, all of those space flights. And I really thought that was cool, space. And but I was not into science fiction whatsoever outside of the $6 Million Man. And of course, featuring an astronaut, Steve Austin.
Yeah, it's great program. That was one of my first toys. I got a picture of me standing outside our garden, age 2, which I still can't believe, with a $6 million Action Man figure.
Yeah.
I think I was 2.
It was a big thing for kids of that age.
It's awesome.
Just prior to Star Wars. Also, toys manufactured by Kenner too, which is kind of interesting. So Kenner was nailing it on the toyetic kind of angle. And so when Kenner started coming out with Star Wars toys, we were already fans of Kenner. Thank you, $6 Million Man. But no, science fiction, it was more of about like a space kind of thing. And I wasn't really into Star Trek, but I was aware of Star Trek. I liked superheroes. I liked the Super Friends, Batman. I loved Batman. The old Adam West stuff, the Saturday morning cartoons, things like that. I wasn't too active of a comic book reader because still being a little kid, I would see things on the spinning rack at the store, like Ghost Rider and things like that. I felt like, wow, that's hardcore stuff. I was still feeling like a kid. And so that's why Star Wars really helped. It helped enrich in me as far as someone who consumed stories as a kid, because it just really, really perfectly nailed what I wanted without even me knowing what I wanted.
I understand that. I mean, so same here. It was my first proper thing, that I got into. I mean, I wasn't into anything before that because I was only 4 at the time. But it was the thing to be into. So you started. I'm assuming then you started getting toys. You started having Star Wars toys
right away. Yeah.
Do you remember your first thing was? Do you remember?
Yeah. Well, the very first thing might have been the board game, The Escape from the Death Star. But you know what? Okay. I think I may have picked up some action figures prior to that. Obviously, the Topps cards were very accessible. And I did purchase probably Marvel Comics number 5.
Okay.
Which features Vader and Luke in a saber duel on the surface of the Death Star.
Yeah.
That's the front cover of it. That may have been the very first Star Wars. Oh, no. Well, no, I have a whole story. What am I thinking? I'll never forget this day. Summer 77. I'm in my mom's kitchen. This is the most important moment in my Star Wars fandom. We're in my mom's kitchen. She's making us peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Out of the loaf, the bag of bread, falls a Tusken Raider trading card.
Oh, my word.
I picked up that thing and I stared at it forever. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I went outside, and like I said, I knew kids who were into Star Wars, and I still wasn't really feeling the pull. And I showed my friend, next door neighbor, Jimmy Karampolis. I showed him the trading card, and I said, "You saw Star Wars. Are there more ugly-looking guys like this in the film?" And he's like, "Are you kidding me?" That was what really inspired me to then say to my dad, "Dad, we got to go see Star Wars. What are we doing here? What are we waiting for? We got to go see Star Wars." My dad took me and my brother, and we got to the theater 15 minutes late. The first thing I saw on the screen was 3PO coming up out of the oil bath. So I missed a lot of the beginning, and that was hard for me then to see clips on TV of R2 getting shot by Jawas. And I said, what is this? I didn't see this. We apparently didn't realize we had missed as much as we did. We missed a lot of the film because back in those days, if you showed up to a movie early, you would just sit through the credits and wait for the movie to restart so you would catch the parts you missed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how we did it. And but we didn't stick around because my dad, maybe he had to go somewhere or something. And I remember during the film, we were trying to follow along with it. My dad leaned over to me at one point and he said, "What's that guy's name?" And big black armored villain with a black cape and a shiny helmet. And I go, "That's Death Invader." I thought that was his name, Death Invader. My dad kind of gives me an elbow. And he goes, "Geez, you sure know a lot about this stuff." I was like, yeah, right. I missed the name of the antagonist by a mile, but my dad was impressed. So I was like, hey, I might be onto something here with this Star Wars thing. I impressed my dad, even though I was wrong.
Death Invader? I mean, that's not a bad name.
Death Invader. But I didn't know anything at all. And I remember going home and telling my mom, she said, well, how's the movie? This is going to be the biggest thing of all time, man. I think this is going to be huge. And she brings that up to me every once in a while. She'd be like, well, you always knew. Is what she would say to me. You always knew. And I mean, I didn't really. I was 8 years old. But that was definitely my first ever collectible, was that Tusken Raider trading card. And I still have it to this day.
Fantastic. Did you complete the series, or did you just leave it at that, just that one card?
Years later at a convention. It was one of those wish fulfillment things that I stumbled across the full set, and I'm like, oh, I got to get this. So, yeah, I finally did. And then fans have made extensions of those Wonder Bread cards. They've expanded the series themselves, and you can find some really high-quality Star Wars trading cards made in the same vein as those Wonder Bread cards from back in the day, but with all new visuals and text and everything. It's great.
Yeah. So action figures then. Come on. What do you remember your first action figure when you actually started into it? Because I mean, I've seen pictures of your collection, or some of it, and it's quite bonkers. So
bonkers.
And, yeah, very bonkers, and in the vein that I like, which is slightly chaotic. Yeah. So can you recall the first figure? Can you remember actually opening your first figure?
Oh yeah. Like it was yesterday, dude. 1978, the figures were coming out, and every kid wanted them. Mm-hmm. I remember I was going to a school with a kid named Mike Weeks, and he had found some at this drugstore that was in town, and probably the same drugstore I bought my Star Wars trading cards at, and my Marvel comics. And he told me, yeah, they got them in. We picked up a few, me and my brother. And so I went to the store, and the display was there, but it was empty. Oh, I was so disappointed. What I should have done was grab the display.
Oh yeah, crikey.
But it was just the display. I could remember it. It was a plastic tray with slots in it. And so they would put the carded figures into the slots. And then there was a backdrop with pictures of the characters from the film. And on the plastic, it was a weak plastic, but it had the Star Wars logo there on the front embossed onto the plastic. And it was just empty. And I was like, oh, geez, I missed it. But shortly after that, we did go to a Toys R Us. And I remember walking down the aisle and turning the corner, and there was nothing on the pegs, but there was a shopping cart filled with some action figures, and a bunch of kids were rifling through it. And, as if an employee just dumped a case or two into this shopping cart. They weren't even going to waste time putting it on the pegs.
Well, exactly.
The kids were all just good at going. And so I was able to pull an R2 and a Vader action figure out of there. And those were the first two I had. My brother was with me. He got a Luke and a 3PO. So I remember taking them out of the packages. And you know what I did? With the Vader, you have the telescoping lightsaber, and so you make it come out. And my brother had the 3PO figure. So I had Vader kind of walk over to 3PO. And, 3PO has on his torso, there's sort of a circular pattern, like a pie tin that's there, right?
Yeah.
Like right on his stomach, it's sort of that circular pattern right above the wires and all of that. It's got that circular pattern. So I had my Vader march over with the lightsaber, and then he kind of like carved that circular pattern into 3PO.
Oh, poor fella.
I look back and I was like, oh, that's kind of perverse. But I remember the next day, I didn't let those action figures out of my sight. The first 24 hours I had them, and I had to go to school the next day. So I remember going to my dad's bookshelf in our family room, and he had some frames with family pictures there. And I pulled one of the frames off the shelf, and I put my action figures there, and then I put the frame in front so nobody would know they were hidden. That's how precious they were to me.
Yeah.
Because I finally scored them. All the kids wanted them. and they were hard to find. You know, times don't change as far as that stuff goes.
Oh, crikey.
And it was really funny when the Star Wars action figure line came back with the Power of the Force 2 in the mid-90s. I went back to that very same Toys R Us looking for those figures, you know, the big steroid Luke.
Yeah.
All of that.
Monkey Leia.
Monkey face Leia, which she was hard to find at first. But I went to that same store. It was in the same configuration that it was back in the 70s. The action figure aisle was in the exact same spot in the back middle of the store. And so I went back there because I had heard that this Toys R Us had gotten the new action figures. And I turned the corner, the pegs are empty, and there's a shopping cart there filled with a few cases of the new action figures, and kids are picking through it. I was like, oh my God, this happened almost 20 years ago in this exact same spot. And here it's happening again today.
Yeah, then it happened again with episode 1 as well, didn't it? I mean, the madness started again.
Yeah, but that was different because that was the midnight madness, and you know, guys were waiting in line for the store to open, and that was a more controlled thing. This was like just the exact same experience I had in 1978, and here I am experiencing it again in 1995 as an adult. That's probably when it really became clear to me that I don't ever have to grow up if I don't want to. Because I think in the mid-90s, I think I was really pushing hard to be an adult. And then Star Wars came back into my life in a very profound way. And I had a decision to make. Be responsible or have fun. And I went with have fun.
So what happened to your childhood figures then, or your toys?
I still have them.
Did you have all, or did you ever get to that point of flogging a few and think, you know what, I don't need this stuff?
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you, yeah, nothing was ever sold from my collection. My mom gets mad when I tell this story because she feels like she betrayed us. But I actually explained to her that when I tell this story, I'm heaping praise on her because as kids, in the 80s, we were outgrowing toys. It was painfully obvious. Star Wars wasn't around anymore. And my mom wanted to clean some junk out of the house. So a lot of our childhood toys were sold in rummage sales, garage sales, whatever. And I was fine with that. All those Mego superheroes and $6 Million Man and G.I. Joe, they all got sold for pennies. Pennies. Even my old Bat Cave, that's the one thing I really wish I had. I did have the Star Trek bridge too. I received that as a Christmas gift one year. Even though, like I said, I wasn't really into Star Trek, but it was still cool because it was Mego and it was just had the transporter and everything. A lot of fun. But the one thing my mom never, ever, ever put into those sales were my Star Wars figures and play sets and vehicles and things like that. And she always explained that there was just something different about Star Wars when it came to me as a kid. And she thought that stuff needed to be put away for then me to share with my kids, her grandchildren down the road. Yeah. And so she saved all of that stuff, made a specific point. Star Wars doesn't go anywhere. And I probably would have had a heart attack if I knew she sold that stuff anyway. I finally got my own place in the 90s. Every time I would go home, there would just be boxes of Star Wars stuff to take with me. And that was always really fun because, you know, I at first it was a hard transition because I was an adult and nerdy things weren't mainstream at all, really. There was the geek factor was kind of underground. And I just felt like, you know, Nick, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Why am I playing? You know, I'm playing with toys and stuff. But my dad, I looked at my dad also. He was a big influence on me, especially as far as passing on his collector's gene to me. My grandmother, she got ill, put into a nursing home. And so as a family, we went to her house and there were estate sales and what have you. Mm-hmm. But my dad rediscovered drawers filled with his old baseball cards from the 40s and 50s. And this is in the early 80s, right when the baseball card boom was taking off. And it had become apparent to people that these little pieces of cardboard are strong investments. And so to see that my dad re-enter the baseball card hobby, something he hadn't done since he was a kid, and really get into it and get a lot of satisfaction and fulfillment out of it, I thought, wow, that's a great thing. And so that was like his baseball cards, his re-entry into that as a hobby as an adult was very much very similar to the way I got back into Star Wars as an adult. So I just felt like, there's something profoundly, interesting about becoming an adult and realizing you can still have playtime.
It's amazing how much how many times you hear that kind of story that the collecting gene. I think collecting gene is in most blokes, most men anyway. But it is funny how many times it does get passed down through the generations. I still hear it now. Somebody say, "Oh, here's my collection," and my kid's now starting to, collect something else. So I'm, helping with his passion, and it is mostly a male thing. There are obviously women doing it, but it seems to be blokes that have I don't know, I would guess it's the hunter-gatherer gene, isn't it, that goes back into our DNA. But it is. I think it's a joyous thing, personally. I think collecting stuff is just, it's natural.
Yeah,
it really is.
We're just looking back at 41 years since John Lennon was shot. Okay, that anniversary was yesterday as we record this podcast.
Yeah.
And I was listening very closely to the lyrics of "MACtion," and I dig everything Lennon has to say until he gets to "Imagine there's no possession. It's hard to do." And I'm like, oh my God, John Lennon is telling me to get rid of my Star Wars collection. Oh my God.
Are you trying to say a Star Wars fan? Show him.
I wonder, John Lennon, he obviously would have seen Star Wars. I wonder if there's ever been any recorded account of his impressions of that film. If he, actually did see it, but it seems like everyone in 1977 saw Star Wars. So, and John was living in New York.
He must have been famous enough to have got an invite to a premiere or something, I would imagine. All these stars always get these invites sent to them, don't they? Their agency will get him along. So I'm sure he must have done a red carpet thing somewhere.
I think when you're a Beatle, lots of doors are open.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Paul McCartney was at the Oscars, and in Hollywood, after the ceremony is over, there's all these big after parties, and Paul McCartney was trying to get into one of the after parties, and the lunkhead at the door wouldn't let him in because he wasn't on the list, and you're not on the VIP list, and McCartney was with a couple other really famous people too, and so they got sent away, and there was just a video of McCartney going, he says, "We're not on the VIP list. I don't see how anybody becomes more VIP." It might sound arrogant for him to say it, but also a statement like that is very steeped in reality.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure. I would have thought McCartney would have been more of a Star Wars guy than maybe Lennon would have been.
Maybe, or George Harrison, I think, would have been the biggest of them all, because obviously George had that connection, with filmmaking and Time Bandits and all that stuff. That was stuff that he was segueing into via the Python crew. Ringo Starr, of course, had been acting in feature films since the early 70s. So Ringo would have been the guy I think would have been most likely at the premiere if anyone was to be invited.
Oh, so it's never really occurred to me. You need to put this on your podcast and just go and find out.
Well, see, Beatles are heavy on my mind because I heard the song "Get Back" like 500 times this past week, watching the documentary and everything.
Yeah.
It's just they've really been on my mind lately. So I just thought I'd try squeezing a little Beatles, Star Wars type conversation into this one.
Why not? We have no objection to random stuff. Don't worry about that.
There you go.
So right, back to vintage collecting then. So did you, apart from the toys, did you get into any other stuff? Did you have? I mean, you said you kept most of the majority of your Star Wars stuff. I mean, have you got magazines, cardboard play sets? I mean, what What else tickled you?
I basically collect the same things I've always collected: the 3 3/4 inch action figures, the trading cards, and the comic books. I do have a big collection of magazines and other sort of printed material like that. Books, I got a lot of books. That collecting has sort of died down with the rise of digital. It's not so necessary anymore to have boxes and boxes of paper and all of that stuff. But the vintage stuff I have, I love. Mad Magazine parodies. God, I adore them. I still adore those. Things of that nature. Primarily, I don't really veer off the course too much. I have a collection of Star Wars record albums. I don't really collect Black Series or tall like dolls. I prefer my action figures to be of the 3 3/4 inch size. I haven't really been interested in having like tall dollies since the G.I. Joe days. $6 Million Man, when Kenner introduced the 3 3/4 inch action figure, just so perfect as far as collectability and volume. You could just have so many of them. You could have as many as you want. 12-inch action figures, you can really only handle so much of that.
Talking of like action figures, I mean, like I said, I referred earlier to you. I think it must have been around the time of Force Awakens. There was a few. I think you were in a newspaper, weren't you? A Chicago newspaper or something, and it did the rounds and it went everywhere. And there was pictures of you standing in front of thousands of action figures. I'm assuming it's your collecting room. Yeah, I do have a bedroom in my house
that is it's packed to the gills with action figures. Now that shot you're talking about, I'm standing in this walk-in closet I have where I have, pulled out all of the rods and things to hang clothes, the shelves, and added my own shelves for action figures, floor to ceiling. And it's a walk-in closet. And I like it because you can close the door and that minimizes dust buildup and things like that. But that was the only part of the collection was in that closet. The rest of the room was a normal bedroom. And then as time went on, more movies kept coming out, merchandise, Clone Wars, going to conventions, all this stuff. Eventually it just spilled out into the entire room. And now the entire room is so consumed with Star Wars, there's really not any furniture in there anymore. It's like all Star Wars. And it was just an evolution over the course of time where I've been in this house since 1998. So you can imagine, throughout the entire prequel era. I remember going to that Midnight Madness in 1999. I remember coming home from that with the biggest bag of action figures I had ever scored. I couldn't believe the sheer volume of stuff that was being added into my collection. I remember saying to myself at that time, man, that not only do I have this much, but there's going to be 2 more movies after this. How am I going to maintain? Little did I know.
Do you know how many you got? I mean, do you keep a list? Because I mean, how the hell do you not buy 2 of stuff? Do you?
It happens all the time. It does. It does happen, and it's kind of frustrating. I rely a lot on my son because he's got a really sharp memory and capacity to remember all this stuff. But since I'm dating myself again. Since 2018, I've been taking a photographic inventory of the collection, and I'm still working on it now. Because there are periods of several months where I really can't do that kind of work. I'm slowly getting back into it today, and I haven't really done a head count yet. I think that the number is between 3,000 and 4,000. I think.
Oh my goodness. That's but I mean, it's good that I think it's important to keep record, because I think any collector who's listening to that will just go, we're just being shocked, going, oh my goodness, what are you doing? But to actually have a record of it is quite a healthy thing, because
also because, there's going to be a time when I'm not around anymore. And I don't want my family to be stuck with this massive amount of a collection and not know what it is or what should be done with it or anything like that. I figure if I take a solid inventory, then it'll be much easier for them when the time comes. And the only reason why that's on my mind is because I was on this television show called Collectors Call. That was what, and it's on this network here in the States called MeTV. And so the show's seen all over the country, and it gets repeated a lot. And just sitting around, just randomly one day out of nowhere, a guy reached out to me from upstate New York, and he had a family member who passed away with a massive Star Wars collection in storage, and they didn't know what was in there. They didn't know what he had, what to do with it, and they were, really talking big numbers with me. Oh, it's got to be worth billions. He's got so much stuff, and we didn't really realize it. I did have a friend of mine who does buy large collections, and he flew out to New York to check it out, and he ended up coming back with a few tractor trailers worth of his collection, saying that he's barely scratched the surface. So I was like, oh my God. I haven't been to New York to see the collection myself, but apparently these people are just like great people, and so we're really trying hard to help them out. And I might head over there in early 2022 just to see. It's like barns filled with Star Wars stuff in boxes. It's not even on display. It's not even on display. It's such a sad story about how they lost their family member and everything. And so we're just really trying hard to help these people and, make a few bucks ourselves along the way too.
Well, there'll be a shortage of buyers, put it that way.
Right. Yeah. And a lot of this stuff has already gone out on sale, and that's a whole different story. But that's inspired me. I said, I can't leave this burden on my family, and I don't want them to get ripped off. I've been collecting this stuff since 1978. I want people to benefit from it at the end of the day, whether that means my collection goes into a museum like Rancho Obi-Wan, or it gets sold to benefit my family members. No matter how that happens, I will just be grateful that all of this time and work I put into it pays off for somebody somehow. So it's already paid off for me as far as fan fulfillment and enjoyment and all of that. So I've already gotten everything I can get out of my Star Wars collection.
If you have gaps, so if you're doing an inventory and you realize you've got gaps, are you going to go and fill those gaps in? So, if you've got the whole Power of the Jedi range, or you've got the whole Power of the Force 2 range.
That's been happening. Yeah.
Okay,
that's been happening because usually when I pass up, so if it's not in my collection, it's usually because I didn't want it.
Yeah.
But then you get to the point as a collector where you run out of things to collect. And so you have to then look at the holes in the collection and say to yourself, well, do I want to be a completist about this? How am I going to do it? Things like that. So yes, definitely filling in the holes has become much more of a priority over the last few years. Yeah.
Did you complete your vintage collection? Have you got a full range of figures?
I did, but then something weird happened. General Lando, one of the final 17 figures.
Yeah.
Just disappeared. Where'd he go? Where's General Lando? We've had it forever. I didn't even notice it. My brother came over and said, hey, where's General Lando? I was like, geez, I don't know. And now I look at the market for that figure is like $350, $400 loose.
Well, yeah. I mean, we there's a fantastic tool which one of our friends has designed. It's called Star Wars Tracker, right? And it's a brilliant app. I mean, you can get it on your desktop, get it on your phone, whatever. And he's got a lot of data in there now. So he's been recording, and he's mad as a fish, but a wonderful madness. So he's been taking every single sale of loose Star Wars figures and carded and graded and whatever, ships and everything, and sticking all the prices into an app over the last, now since 2013, I think the values are in. So you've got a really amazing statistical point to start at. So we had a look on the last podcast. So if you wanted to fulfill a bog standard, no double telescoping lightsabers, just a normal everyday around about 100 figures collection. Mm-hmm. Have a guess how much you'd be spending now. Just have a pop. How many thousands?
How many thousands? I was just gonna say 1,000. But because my dad asked me this sometimes. Oh, what's this worth? Like I'll say the whole room is like I don't know, 10 to 12. And I think I'm really lowballing.
Yeah, I mean, for what you've got, that's very lowball. But for a vintage collection, so I think it worked out about 103 figures. So it was like the big head hand, small head hand, just one Yoda, just yellow haired Luke Skywalker's. The blue snag was in there as well.
All the variants.
£6,000. So $8,000.
$8,000.
And that's obviously without, a vinyl cape Jawa and all that sort of stuff. But
blue snags
in there, just the normal version rather than the dented toe version and all that sort of stuff. So no major variants. So that is, and that last 17, that's about half of that. So about £3,000 it works out for the last 17.
I broke my Man staff.
Oh. That's about $100 broken.
That's it, $100.
Probably more.
I found the other half though, so I might glue it.
Yeah, I've got a glued one. I bought one years ago, and I found out it was glued, but I didn't notice it. It was so beautifully done.
You have a Man. This is incredible. Like I couldn't have this conversation randomly with anyone except for you right now. So it must be commonplace for those things to snap.
Yeah, because they normally bend a bit, but you often see people selling the snapped versions online, So I think that they are quite easy to break. I reckon they get quite brittle, but then things will start getting brittle. But yeah,
no idea that this was like, epidemic of broken Man stuff.
Oh, worse. Yes,
better. I feel better because
they're easy to break.
I was like, how the hell could this have snapped? How did this snap? And I had no idea, but I guess it's just faulty material, or the material just doesn't age well and it gets too brittle. That's
you see these figures, you see a lot of yellowed figures. My original Stormtrooper is, yellow as anything, even out in the sun and stuff. This plastic's going to degrade. It's going to, when we get to be old men, it's all going to be yellowed and broken.
Yeah, but people know how to fix that stuff with like.
Don't go down that route.
It's like a hydrogen peroxide. You put it out.
Oh no, banned. That's banned. You're going down swank territory now.
Okay, so this is what I understand: that there is heavy pushback against restoration of vintage stuff. There's heavy pushback against repros.
Yes.
What about like customizing? If I wanted to paint an action figure, not to doctor it up.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So people do customs. That sin is acceptable. If you're doing some different action figure, maybe doing a different, take the head off Han Solo and stick him on the Luke Stormtrooper bodies. Have your Han Stormtrooper. That sort of thing seems to be acceptable. Although you wouldn't want to ruin a figure of that price these days. But repro, no, because obviously there's so much Star Wars out there. It's like the yak face. Like the yak face is obviously for you guys in America, it's a really rare figure.
Yeah,
it didn't technically come out over there. But the statistics don't lie. That it's not that rare. It is rare, but it's not rare. It's not like the A-wing pilot with his gun. According to Star Wars Tracker, there's about 17, 18 of those get sold a year in complete form because that gun is worth a fortune. That gun is worth an absolute. But Yak Face is actually, he's not even in the top 10 of rare figures.
No.
But not for you guys. For you guys, maybe a bit more. But yeah, he's just become this expensive figure.
Yeah.
It's like £300 or £400. But it's Pop-Up R2 is the hardest now to get hold of. That's like £400 now almost. It's ridiculous.
I have that one with the lightsaber.
Yeah. The green lightsaber actually completely comes out. So
I have that one.
You could flog that for fortune these days.
The last figure I purchased to complete the collection was Ramba, the Ewok, but I didn't have Yak Face, and I thought, well, that's just going to be one of those white elephants or whatever. Do you know? Are you familiar with the book that's going to be coming out really soon called The Vintage Collection Archive? It's by Daryl DePriest.
Yeah. There's quite a few random books coming out at the moment, but yeah, I've kind of heard. I saw some advert or something for it a while back, but it looks great.
A guy who's working on that, his name is Dave Myatt, and he's a friend of mine from the Rebel Scum days when I was associated with that website.
Yeah.
And Dave is from Canada, and I believe that's where Yak Face was released in Canada.
Yeah. pretty much.
It wasn't here. And for my birthday one year, just out of nowhere, he sends me a yak face loose action figure. Beautiful. Definitely not a repro at all with the weapon. And he sent it to me. I was like, oh my God. I couldn't believe what a great gesture that was.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So that's how I really completed the collection. But now I don't have General Lando anymore. So what happened to General Lando?
Yeah, where's that gone? That would see. When I was a kid, I don't know where. I lost a Weequay, my original Weequay, and it drove me mad for years and years and years. One of those things I had to repair as an adult. The first figure I think I bought back when I was back into collecting again years later was that Weequay. I still wonder what happened to it. I'm sure my dad threw it away. He went, "What's this rubbish?" I just
Did you ever take them out? Ever take them out into the yard in the garden and go out and play with them out there?
Oh, I had full trenches. I had to. We had a bit of land in the garden. There's all mud, and we just dug trenches and threw figures in. Oh, crikey!
Yes.
Probably ended. That's probably still there.
That's where it is. Yeah, I saw this picture. It blew my mind. So, kids like us playing in the backyard with our action figures, sometimes we go inside and some of them stay out. We never see them again, right? So this woman took a picture of the tree, and centered right within the tree is a Stormtrooper action figure. The trunk of the tree grew around the action figure and eventually engulfed the thing, and it became part of the tree. If you did a Google search of Stormtrooper action figure and tree, you'll see it. So apparently some kid was in the yard 40 years ago, and the tree just grew up around it with the Stormtrooper frozen in carbonite or bark.
Oh yeah,
it's amazing. So that stories always make me think, I wonder what is in my parents' backyard. Here's one for you. I got one for you, playing with toys as a kid. Did you ever destroy any of your Star Wars toys on purpose?
No, I did not. No, I couldn't bring myself to do that sort of thing. I'd go mad.
Okay, I'd outgrown Star Wars figures. I wasn't really playing with them or anything. And they were in my room in the vinyl cases or whatever. Maybe some of them were loose. Who knows? A buddy of mine, he was from a family of outdoorsmen, and he had BB guns. So we took the BB guns in my backyard, and we were blasting cans and whatever. And then we got hungry for something else. Do you have any Army men? And I'm like, oh, but I got all my Star Wars toys from when I was a kid. And so I got the Cloud Car Pilot, and I put him on my fence. I squared up with the rifle. I looked through the sight. I pulled the trigger and saw that Cloud Car Pilot explode. Just plastic everywhere. Oh. And I just froze there for a second. And I was like Hayden Christensen in Revenge of the Sith. What have I done?
Yeah, the Cloud Car Pilot that's another one. His value's going up because of his accessories. It's really getting hard to get hold of those accessories. So that's a figure that's climbing. But did you?
Microphone that always gets lost.
Yeah, exactly.
So often in those twin pod ships, if you ever go to a convention or toy show or whatever, and you see someone has those twin pod cloud cars, grab that sucker and give it a shake, and you might find some accessories in there.
That's a pain. In fact, I'm surprised there's not more repro of that around. I mean, it's normally just the blasters. But here's a little fun fact for you. You probably know this, but obviously the Cloud Car Pilot wasn't based on any human figure. It was based on a small maquette. Yeah, that's it. He wasn't even in the film. There was no man dressed up as a Cloud Car Pilot in the film.
Yeah, there wasn't.
Just a little model of him. That was it. I mean, it went at auction not too long ago. That actual maquette went through auction.
Oh, who put that on auction? Brandon, what's his name with the?
Oh, goodness knows.
What's that Hollywood? He gets all the Star Wars props. He even had a little figure of Billy D. Williams that pops up out of the on top of the Falcon.
Which I never knew that was a puppet until about 3 or 4 years ago when we were covering it. Because again, that went up for auction as well, the same auction, I think. And I was like, what? I had no idea.
No idea. I thought that was Billy D. Williams.
Exactly.
I believe it. That's a puppet, and it's so crude looking too. If you ever see it up close, it doesn't look like you know.
And of course, you've got the Luke Bespins in Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. At the end of they're all lying down, there's a few models there, and most of those are Luke Bespin's been repainted.
You mean after they opened the Ark?
Yeah, on the floor. We didn't know this. It's like, again, someone was selling these at an auction. These are the models from the film. We're like, what? They were just plastic action figures painted up and hats put on them and just thrown on the ground. It was like, you're joking me.
They were what, 3 3/4 inch, or were they like?
Yeah, 3 3. No, the actual action figure itself from Empire Strikes Back. They were just strewn on the floor.
And they just put a hat on them?
Yeah, so it was obviously a model shot when they quickly scanned. Yeah, we were like, you're joking me. We went back and look at it. It's like, you know what, you're right. How random is that? Well, if we were fooled by Lando coming up from a ship, why wouldn't we be fooled by a few Luke Bespins lying on the ground? Absolutely amazing.
I had no idea this. I'm going to have to research this.
So many mad things like that in Star Wars.
That is insane.
But we only learn about those sort of things through, like they come up with an auction mostly. Suddenly this will happen. It's like, what?
Yeah.
How's that happened? Someone will be selling it. It's basically an action figure painted, and then suddenly it's gone from a 20 quid action figure to a $3,000 action figure because it was in a film as a prop. So There we go.
And it's just so great that like the people who were creating this stuff, a lot of them had the wherewithal to hold on to this stuff. And that wasn't commonplace back then, to hold on to this stuff. A lot of stuff just got thrown away. You hear about various Hollywood people who would actually recognize the value of stuff, like Debbie Reynolds, Carrie's mom.
Yeah.
Massive collection of Hollywood wardrobe and collectibles and things that she just snagged along throughout her career. Yeah,
she had the auction, didn't she? She had that beautiful. Yes. I remember look at the brochure. It was absolutely staggering what she had. I mean, and obviously a lot of stuff that Carrie had given her as well. It was unbelievable. Could
fill a museum, no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah.
And Lucas himself is building a museum for all his crap too, so that should be interesting.
yeah, I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
He has warehouses filled with artwork. I have a neighbor whose niece works for Lucas, and her job is scouting auctions, international auctions, to find pieces of artwork to bid on for George. So she will present George with everything that's going on out there, and he will look at this stuff and he'll say, go for this, go for this, go for that. And he probably says, which ones do Spielberg want? I want those too. I'm going to get those, and Steve can have them, because they get this. They get rivalries when you're filthy rich. You find all kind of fun ways to play with your money.
Oh yeah.
Like that's her lone job. And I was like, wow, I can't believe you're telling me this. This is fantastic, because I've seen a lot of George's collection up close and personal, because I've been lucky enough to go to Skywalker Ranch a number of times, and which is insane to think. I mean, when I hear myself say that, I sometimes believe I hear myself saying that, but it's true. I mean, we see fanboys. That's they break into Skywalker Ranch and all of that stuff, and thankfully I haven't had to break in. I've had accessibility, and it's been really, really amazing. I pinch myself, and I don't think I definitely don't deserve it, but when I do go, I try to share as much about what goes on there as I can for everybody who listens, that or friends of mine who will never get the chance. So I recognize it's a blessing. Trust me.
Yeah. So I mean, it must have just naturally progressed into you and your podcast. So, I mean, were you into that sort of thing as a kid? I remember, things like tape recorders and all that sort of technology was coming out when you were young. Were you sort of doing that when you were a child, or did you get into kind of playing around with sound and vision and all that sort of stuff a bit later on in life? I mean, how did that come about?
Ever since I was probably 12, I would be playing around with recordings and rude editing, rude splicing. I probably never really actually cut tape until I was about 17, when I really, or 16. Yeah. I remember the first time doing it. I was 16, and I would play around with cassette decks, and then CDs came out, and I would hook up a couple of CD players to a deck and try to mix things and stuff. Yeah, so it's something I always played with. And then I got into audio production in college, like really studying it, and with an eye on a broadcast career in radio. And so that seemed to all come pretty naturally to me by that point. So I knew I was on the right track. I'm like, wow, I'm sitting down doing stuff for the first time ever, and I really feel like I know what I'm doing. That's like, I never feel that about anything. So that's a good sign. And I just went after it. And radio broadcasting was something I grew up with along with Star Wars. And it was, those two things were huge passions for me. And so I try to incorporate occasional Star Wars into radio productions I would be doing, whether it would be like on-air segments where I would be talking about the Star Wars Special Edition, because that's really the first time Star Wars started to really grab at people, was during that Special Edition era.
Yeah.
Because the movies went to number one and nobody saw that coming. 1997, January 1997, the number one film in the world is Star Wars Special Edition. So that got people on the radio talking about it. And I gradually became known as something of a Star Wars nerd in broadcast circles. So working in talk radio, there would be on-air talk radio entertainment shows happening 24/7. And occasionally I would just get pulled into various programs to talk Star Wars, or participate in trilogy contests or just answer a simple question, what have you. And then that spilled into the lineups in LA were happening for the Phantom Menace. And so then I would be involved in interviewing those guys and interviewing lineups in Chicago and bringing up Star Wars fans into the studio, or just getting put down. They always try to put you down, tell you you're a nerd, you're a dork, all that stuff. Or fazed me. I expected it. So that just kept going on. And when it really came to a head was with the rise of the conventions. And this is about 20 years ago, Star Wars Celebration 2 in Indianapolis. I drove out there with a tape deck, cassette tape deck, and just wanted to get a bunch of like little quick hit funny bits with the various Star Wars actors there. Because the hype for the Phantom Menace was off the charts. So I figured going into episode 2, it would be really exciting again. And I'd be able to then have a venue where people would be like, oh yeah, Star Wars is real hot right now. So I could slide stuff in on the air whenever I wanted to. I did a bit with, Warwick Davis, he was just great. And I talked to a lot of people who aren't around anymore. The guy who played Admiral Ozzel, he's not around anymore. What's his name? Who's Ozzel?
I cannot remember.
Ozzel, he had a voice on him, so theatrical. Admiral Ozzel, Shears, Michael Shears.
Michael Shears, yes, very famous.
Was there, and Peter Mayhew, he wouldn't talk to me. It took me about 3 years to finally get an interview with him. And then me and Peter, gosh, we really hit it off. I'm not to brag. I don't think he really knew who I was, but he always remembered me. It wasn't like I'd walk up to him. He'd be like, oh, Jimmy Mac, sit down. But he would be like that to me just by recognizing me. Yeah. And he's, come and sit down. His wife would sometimes try to chase me away. And he'd be like, oh, no, it's all right. No, he's fine. He's good. So Peter was always, what a great guy. God, I miss him so much. But it wasn't until Japan, I went to Star Wars Celebration in Japan, I was able to interview him. But I'm jumping ahead of myself. So I went and I did that one bit for radio. Then when Revenge of the Sith came out, Star Wars Celebration 3 happened. And now I know what I'm doing. I know how the convention works. I know my way around the convention center. I know how to BS to get into places I shouldn't be in. And this is before, like now it's much harder to do anything like I was doing 20 years ago. There's such security and separation, but at those early Indianapolis shows, there was a real down to earth community vibe about it. And the security wasn't so heavy and stuff. And quite honestly, Star Wars wasn't half as big as it is now back then. Star Wars is bigger than it's ever been right now, I think. But back then it was still kind of like, on the nerd scale. It wasn't really as mainstream as it is today. And so I recorded an hour-long radio show at that event and had interviews with all kind of people like David Prowse and who else talked to me? Jeremy Bullock. I mean, wonderful people. And so this is the first time I'm getting I'm doing Star Wars stuff on microphone and really really sort of laying down the foundation for what would eventually become Star Wars podcasting that I would start undertaking in 2006. That's where it all started. And it was the most fun I ever had on the job because I was combining my two greatest passions, radio broadcasting and Star Wars, and just because those are the two things I know the best.
Yeah.
And so, and there was no competition in that field. So it was wide open for me. I didn't have to worry about anything or anyone else because I was the only one doing it. And doing it with a sense of fun, but while still paying reverence to it and taking it seriously. So that happened and it was just a great time and I wanted more. The radio special aired on CBS radio and I wanted more. And then podcasting came on my radar, probably in the following year. And then I just fell into it, and the rest is history, I guess.
Because it is weird. Well, not weird. It's just one of those things with advancements and technology that suddenly we've gone from no one would even know the word podcast. Yes. 15, 16, and then suddenly everyone and their cat is doing a podcast.
Yeah.
I think there's too. I mean, personally, I think there's too many. I mean, it seems to be there's so. Why would you want to do a podcast when there's 400 of them? This is what always amazes me. I mean, we're kind of part of about like a 3 podcast niche of talking about vintage Star Wars. I mean, there's not a lot of us talking about vintage stuff because it is a very niche subject. We don't get millions and millions of hits. We get about, I think we normally average about 1,000 downloads straight away in the first. So and then it might build up to a couple of thousand per episode, and that's kind of about it really, because it's not a growing market,
sure, right.
But we still managed to just do our thing, and I mean we've been going since 2014, I think it is. So 90.
You got 2,000 people. You got 1,000 people, 2,000 people hanging on your every word. Picture you're in an auditorium where that's happening. Okay, that to me is no small feat. So that's how I like to look at it. Who cares how many people are listening to other shows or your show or whatever it is? You know who you're talking to.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the only connection you need to make. And it's an important connection to make, too. So hello to everyone listening.
But you have made a big connection with Star Wars. I mean, you've even got your own Wikipedia page, believe it or not. You're on there.
I don't even know how that happened, but
you're part of the Star Wars zeitgeist, aren't you? I mean, there's the majority of Star Wars fans knows Rebel Force Radio, whether the few who don't like you to the few who listen to your every word. I mean, it is a show that pretty much everyone knows because you have kept pretty consistent over. I mean, it's a long time now, isn't it? I mean, you are a veteran.
That's the key. I mean, people often ask me, how can I make my podcast successful? And I say, well, be consistent.
Yeah.
Have you pass on the confidence to people to know when to expect you arriving. And then you surprise them too along the way. Surprise them. But yeah, consistency is key when it comes to podcasts.
Because there does seem to be a lot of podcasts out there who I'm trying to put this politely, kind of suck ass on Lucasfilm, which I find very dull. If you can't critique something, you become dull, and I think it's good that you have that kind of like. I mean, I'm not sure if you like it or not, but there does seem to be a bit more of a distance with Lucasfilm because you can criticize them. Because if something's rubbish, and you think it's rubbish, then you should be able to say it. But so many people out there. I mean, I listen to podcasts and they won't say a bad word. It's like, come on, look, it's rubbish. That action figure, it's rubbish. Just say the Rancor that's recently failed its funding. No one wanted it. Good. They've had a slap in the face. Say it. Don't just say, "Oh, it was a wonderful project. Oh, it's a real shit." No. No one want another Rancor. Get yourself a vintage Rancor if you want a Rancor. They're great, and they cost you, a third of the price, even in a box these days. And I think that's what has made you guys have such longevity, that you are prepared to say, you know what, that's a load of old crap.
There was a time when we were part of Lucasfilm's marketing plan, for the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Rebel Force Radio was, and we had what I felt like at that time was unprecedented access.
Mm-hmm.
And we were still allowed to be ourselves. We were still allowed to voice criticisms.
Yeah.
I remember once I was having a conversation with Dave Filoni on the air, and I was telling him about all the flaws in his episode of the Clone Wars. It was a Hondo Onaka episode where I think it was like the very first Hondo episode from season 1 when they were on the planet Florum, and we were picking that thing apart. And I actually said to Filoni the word flawed. I was like, this is flawed. And you could get away with that. And guys like Filoni would invite that kind of debate.
Yeah, but that's good. That's healthy.
And we used to have that, but then something happened, and it all became so homogenized and sanitized, and it just seemed like the echo chamber took over. Yeah. And that was disappointing, because Star Wars has been so personal to me. I struggle with finding any approach outside of one based in integrity and truth to work for me. And I know what you mean. And I think it's all done to protect access and perks. You want to get invited to be one of the first podcasters to go to the Star Wars hotel. So they'll have a list, and either you're on the list or you're off the list. And so you'll know who's on the list when those reviews for the hotel start coming out. Not too many Star Wars podcasters with $5,000 burning a hole in their pocket.
Wow, yeah, exactly.
Go to be part of the beta testing on a Disney Star Wars hotel. So when those reviews start coming out, you'll know exactly which outlet is currently in Lucasfilm's pocket. We struggle with being in anyone's pocket. Rebel Force Radio began as the Forcecast on Force.net and rebelscum.com. At the end of the day, the show was not ours. Even though we created the show, we named the show, we ran the show, we provided all the content for the show, we produced the show, we edited the show, we posted the show. At the end of the day, we couldn't claim ownership of it. The show itself. The content is a different story altogether. I claim ownership of that content. But the show itself, the Forcecast, when it was time for that to end, we walked away. And there was a lot of stuff we had to sacrifice to walk away from it. But we did it because we're independent. And that's all it is. It's nothing. There was nothing personal there. I'm still very friendly with all those guys from those days, for the most part. I brought up Dave Maya, wonderful guy. Still tight with him. Dustin Roberts. These were great guys.
Yeah.
Great guys. But we had to walk away from it because we needed to be under our own roof. And then there did become a time when Lucasfilm became very controlling of us. And when we didn't react to that, I feel like there were some kind of underhanded things that were going on. So we can't have a relationship with them like that anymore, which is a shame, but that's just how it goes. And the most important thing is, to me, is my fandom, my personal relationship with Star Wars and the fan base. There's not going to be any sort of broadcast media corporation telling me how to do it. I'll do it my own way.
I think the sequels for me were just, kind of just daft films, which, I'm used to daft stuff. I was into the Marvel comics back in the early days, where you had green rabbits and stuff appearing, and that used to annoy me as a kid.
I love Marvel comics.
Exactly, but they're all mad stories. So
there's just something about them. That to me is like chicken soup when it comes to my soul. Chicken soup for the soul, comic book style, is those Marvels. When I see,
that was so good.
Like, I'll go on the Marvel app and I'll just punch in 1975. Whatever you got, throw it at me. Be like, oh, okay.
I wish, rather than doing that Visions series, I wish they'd have gone to the Marvel comics and the the Dark Horse comics, and would have taken stories from there and done those animations with that style, rather than doing what they did. I mean, I don't know about you. I liked those things, but I didn't really get into them. The Visions series. I thought it was a bit of a waste opportunity. I mean, because there's so much better stuff out there to animate in Star Wars. I'd have loved to have seen a Jackson cartoon.
Yeah, I thought Visions was good for what it was. Would I have rather seen something else? Yeah. I try to primarily focus on the Star Wars that does exist, and work with what they give us, as opposed to just constantly going, oh my God, why, because it just really gets maddening after a while. And not saying I can't sympathize with that. Believe me, I can. I bleed this stuff, but Visions had its moments and stuff, but do I feel
some
pulled back to it? I mean, it was like I watched a few times. We did a show about it, and then the book is closed, until the next one. And then maybe I'll revisit it and go back into that little corner of Star Wars storytelling. But no, nothing really was like so monumental about that at all. It was all, like I said, fairly disposable. And I'm just ready to move on. What I'm really looking forward to is the live action stuff, the Book of Boba Fett, the Kenobi, the Ahsoka, all of them, even the Andor. It's just, that's where I think it's at right now. The film franchise is obviously headless and has no direction. It could go in several different directions. You could see Filoni and Favreau advance up into feature filmmaking and start bringing the Mandoverse to the silver screen. You could see Knights of the Old Republic, which is something that they've been tooling around with for years now. You could see a return to the sequel characters and have a sequel to the sequel with Rey, Poe, Finn, all those guys. There's just many different directions in which the franchise can move forward, and we hear new rumors all the time. It's just like a lot of things are being thrown at the wall to see what would stick. It's just they're always announcing things that don't exist yet, and that's frustrating. Get your what together, and then give us your big announcements instead of the prick tease that goes on sometimes.
It really is. Right, I'm going to leave you be because we've been talking for an hour and a half, man. An hour and a half. I've kept you for an hour and a half.
I can do that. I'm getting close to the point where I do have a deadline I got to hit. So I'm still very much very comfortable with the amount of time I have left. I want to thank you so much for what was just an awesome conversation. I can't believe it. I do this thing because I want to connect with Star Wars fans. And I'm still riding high from that first convention I went to back in 20 years ago in Indianapolis. I'm still riding high off of that. And I still never take for granted that there are people that I can connect with on an international level just with a push of a button and have such fulfilling conversations with. And Peter, you definitely brought it, man. You brought it. And I'm really jacked up after this conversation, quite honestly. So
good man. That's what I want to hear. I mean, you are someone who is in my ears actually every day because I go out walking. Yeah. And I put on a Rebel Force Radio podcast.
Well, thanks, man. Vintage this is going to be part of my listening habits now, I think.
Well, our shows are pretty long, so you better be prepared. But usually about 3.5 hours.
Wow. But see, that's okay because, people listen to it in portions.
Yeah.
And then you get so used to it. When the show's over, you just want more.
This month we are talking jewelry. Jewelry, jangle jewelry. Got to be careful on that sort of thing. We are talking Weingeroff Enterprises, and they were in Rhode Island in the States. I was thinking when I heard the name, I thought that's got to be German or Austrian or something or other. But no, Rhode Island. They are still going. They've been around for about the 50s. And they've been knocking out all sorts of jewelry for a long time. So, yeah, it's just one of those companies. They're just a jewelry company. Seems to be the area they're in. There's jewelry being made all over the place. Now, obviously, we try and remember what we did with jewelry as kids. I was not a man of jewelry. I have never been a person of jewelry. I've never had a necklace. I've never had rings. I don't wear any jewelry whatsoever. The nearest I've got is wearing a watch for a few years. And that's it. I don't wear anything. So, obviously, Andy Preston was a rocker or a metal freak, so he probably had his head studded and probably nose rings, and he's probably got those big, chunky death rings with skulls on them. Norton, I don't remember him seeing covered in jewelry. He might have the odd necklace, maybe. Jason is Scottish, so... Oh, he's got to be into jewellery and stuff. Those guys walking around in kilts always have a few bits and bobs. And Richard, no chance of getting beaten up. So, Preston, how right was I?
Embarrassed to say you're quite right there.
I knew it. Piercings, Preston?
No piercings. I did have a couple of necklaces. I can remember one with a winged skull, which I rather liked. Used to wear that.
You still got it? You still got it?
That's a good question. I might have. Tucked away in a box in the loft somewhere, possibly.
Oh.
I might have. I had a ring that was a coiled snake. So the snake sort of coils around your finger. I had one of those studded wristbands.
Oh, yeah.
Leather wristband with the studs through it. What
were those for, just out of interest? Do they have a purpose, or are they just a bit more nasty-looking stuff on your arms?
To make you look well metal.
Well metal.
Did you have the watch strap one as well, Andy?
No, never had a watch strap. That was about it, I think. Really, I didn't go too heavy into it, but yeah, I'm sure I looked the business.
Which bands were you watching wearing this stuff?
Lots and lots of bands. Guns N' Roses was my favourite and probably still is. Aerosmith, Metallica, AC/DC, Iron Maiden, Skid Row. Yeah, the list goes on and on and on. Poison, Choir Boys, Thunder.
Metal Andy.
Yeah, we could be here all night.
Metal Andy. What about you then, Spoons?
Well, I had a bit of a transformation when I went to uni. So in sixth form, I was very much a wannabe Jim Morrison.
Oh,
but yeah, not quite getting it right.
You'd be dead. You'd be dead if you got it right.
There would be, yeah. It was just hair-wise not quite getting it right. It's quite. But then when I went to uni, hair got longer, turned probably into more of a Robert Plant.
Oh,
kind of that look going on, but very sort of quite certainly in the early 90s, quite hippie-ish with it. So I didn't used to have any jewellery when I was at school, but at uni I went full on bangles. I think girlfriend gave me some bangles. So I had like one arm full of those, jingly jangly. A couple of rings, they were from a girlfriend. Sort of an Egyptian ankh on one and some kind of Celtic thing on the other. And then I did have like one of those sort of beady necklaces for a bit, but I stopped wearing that. And to keep it on topic, bit of a prat of a student, you might say as well, because I started wearing a Chupa Chups Stormtrooper head lollipop holder necklace. That was my.
What is that?
Like the Chupa Chups, the lollies.
Yeah.
You could get these Star Wars holders for them, so you could carry. You might not be hungry, you might not want to eat your lolly at that moment, so you have a necklace with Darth Vader or Stormtrooper. I've still got them somewhere. The Stormtrooper is horribly yellowed, and they'd open up like a little clamshell case, and you could put your lolly in. So I'd go around uni with my Chupa Chup lolly holder, with or without lolly. Really, I didn't mind. It was the Stormtrooper or Darth Vader necklace that it was all about. Same kind of time, I had an ancient John Motson sheepskin coat, which I think had a zippy badge on it. I know we've talked about badges before, haven't we? So yeah, I went very jewellery-esque. But then back out the other side of uni, I still sort of had the general look, but the jewellery disappeared quite quickly, I think. So it's quite short-lived, really, in retrospect. And these I've always want to watch, but not jewellery's never had any piercings. So yeah, it's.
We're a bit boring, aren't we?
Yeah.
But Jason, I reckon he's had his face pierced. He looks like someone's had his face pierced.
But what he's been talking about earlier, it might be something worse, Pete.
Well, yes.
You can be. I think you've got me completely wrong. The only thing I've had is a watch. The only jewellery I've worn is with recent cosplay. So alternate reality Biff in the dressing gown. He has gold chains and lots of rings on his fingers. And then the dude from Free Guy, who's got those leather studded wrist kind of strengtheners that you talked about. And again, he's got another gold chain on. So that's the only jewellery I've ever worn.
Okay, so right, we come to Richard. Right, this you cannot be into jewelry. You would have got absolutely slapped around.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Never.
I knew it. Right, so let's get into the stuff, the jewelry. Right now, there's an outrageous claim I'm going to make. Outrageous. Vinegroff Enterprises were the first company to make a Star Wars action figure.
Did it come on the end of a chain?
It did come on the chain because they were articulated. C-3PO was an articulated decoration. They came on, I think they came on the earrings, they came on pendants and all sorts. But the figures did actually have articulations. They were technically action figures. I believe they were one of the first merchandising licensees. They may very well be one of the first. Don't quote me on that, but they are very early. But yeah, I've got a little picture of C-3PO in front of me. He's got moving arms and legs, and I think the head moves as well. So there we go. Anyone want to call me mad?
I think it's a bit of a stretch to call them action figures, Pete. But
are they figures? Are they figures? And did they have action moves? Yes to both.
Well, let's wind you back there, Pete. Are they figures, plural? How many of them had action features? Is it just C-3PO?
I think it's C-3PO and I think it's Chewbacca.
Are you sure about that?
I think so. I've got a feeling Chewbacca might have had movable arms, but that might have been it.
Chewbacca, C-3PO definitely. I'll give you that.
Definitely.
Pluralising. So you could positively say C-3PO is the first action figure.
Ooh, there we go. There we go. We've improved on it.
Actually, R2 looks like he might have movable legs as well.
Yeah, I think R2's legs move, don't they? Not sure about Chewie, but yeah, quite possibly.
I thought his arms moved, but maybe I saw a different picture something else.
They do look like they might do. Yeah, that's the picture of the.
So there we go. So if you want to be an action figure collector, you've got to start collecting this stuff.
R2, 3PO, and Chewie all have movable arms.
He mocked me. Mocked. I've got to say, I've seen this. Actually, I think I've got a feeling actually one of you might have pointed Craig Spivey onto a bunch of pins that came up from this range. And it's just something I just never really considered. I was thinking of stick pin, isn't it? They came up on the collecting the Beyond the Toys group. They weren't actually that much. In fact, a lot of stuff you can, obviously not the sealed stuff, but the loose things, the bracelets and stuff, you can actually pick up for reasonable cash. It's actually quite a good little collectible to get into. Just out of interest, does anyone actually have anything from Vinegroff Enterprises?
Yeah, well, I have the C-3PO necklace that I picked up at Vectis a couple of shows ago, and I bought it. It was in a job lot. I wasn't interested in that. There's other stuff in the lot. I think it was the 12-inch Jawa that was in there. And I looked at them, and I think they're about 20 quid. And I was thinking I might move it on, but it's actually really nice, and it's with its bag, and it's with the little silver tag that the chain threads through. So I've kept it, and it's on one of my collection shelves.
Oh, nice. How big is it anyway? How big are these things?
It's the same size, roughly, as the die-cast C-3PO that sits in the die-cast land speeder. Well, the plastic C-3PO that sits in the die-cast land speeder. So smaller than a 3 3/4 inch figure, but bigger than a micro collection figure.
Whip it off and have an action figure.
As a kid, I could see myself doing that, actually.
In terms of size, I think I'm right in saying that the necklaces came in small and large variants. Is that right?
I think that is right, yes.
I would imagine yours is one of the small ones, Andy.
It is, yeah, that's a small one. The bigger ones. I've not got a bigger one to compare, but the photos I've seen in the past, it is quite, there we go, C-3PO pendant large. The photo looks exactly the same as the small one. So, yeah, I don't know. It needs a scale. No, I think I've got the large one, actually.
Ooh.
Looking at the back, so if you look at the photo on the Star Wars Collector's Archive of the small one, C-3PO is about the same height as the Star Wars writing, a little bit bigger on the bag. Now, if it's the same bag mine's in, that Star Wars writing's about half the size of C-3PO. If C-3PO's a bit bigger than a Lego minifigure, so I've got the small one necklace must be smaller than a micro collection figure, or there or thereabouts.
Okay. That's a nice little size, though.
Yeah.
There seems to be a nice theme here. They seem to have kept... There's not a lot of variation in stuff. So you basically got C-3PO, Chewbacca, Darth Vader, R2-D2, Stormtrooper, and X-Wing. They kind of stick with those items. The characters they've chosen, there's not a lot, there's not tons of colour in an R2-D2. You can pretty much get away with a white thing or a silver thing. Same with Stormtrooper. Same with Darth Vader, just be black. That's it. So they've been sensible in their choices, I think. They didn't seem to have the license further than the original Star Wars movie. And of course, all these characters appeared throughout all the films, so they could sell them, on. But I don't think there's anything. I don't know whether you found it, Andy, but I don't think there's anything outside of Star Wars.
No, I think it was only for the first movie, and you're right. Most of them are just one colour. The two that have got a little bit different there. Chewie's basically cast in brown or painted in brown with a silver bandolier across his chest.
Yeah.
And the Stormtrooper, which is just a helmet, is a white helmet with black detail on it. But the others, 3PO is just gold, R2 is silver, the X-Wing is silver, and Vader is black.
I found a Stormtrooper helmet was really bad. It's all wonky and everything. Then a bit later on, they obviously would keep churning these out. And there's a package one, a Stormtrooper helmet pendant carded, a beautiful card. And the actual Stormtrooper itself is actually, really nicely proportioned. It looks really quality rather than some of the early ones, which are a little bit wonky. But I think that was some of the charm in them. They were instantly recognisable. Just to kind of go what they actually made. I mean, they made bracelets we talked about. And they did all the characters on the bracelets. They did charm bracelets, which had multiple characters on the bracelet. So charm bracelets with Chewbacca, R2, and C-3PO, with Darth Vader, R2, and C-3PO, Stormtrooper, Chewbacca, and X-Wing. So and they kept using those as singulars, and in a charm bracelet, obviously, it's a multiple thing for people who don't know what charm bracelets are. I remember my mum had a charm bracelet with lots of little things on. And I was obviously fascinated by it, but they weren't Star Wars items.
I think they're back in fashion these days, actually, charm bracelets. Yeah.
Are they?
Thing again, yeah.
Well, that's Richard's Christmas present sorted out then for next year.
There you go.
He's charming enough.
Yeah, big wishes. Then they did stick pins. I've not. What is it? Stick pin used for hair or a hat? Come on, you've got girls.
Ooh.
They ever use a stick pin for hair or hats or whatever? What's it used for?
That end is kind of got like a sort of a pendulum style end on the end of the pin, isn't it? So does that come off? So is it a point under there?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm certainly far from being expert in ladies' hair accessories, but I think what you're looking at on the end is just a cap to cover the pointy bit.
Now, it was a leading question, right? Because I did actually do my research on this, right? So I've got all the explanations for what this stuff is. So a tie pin or stick pin is a neckwear controlling device originally worn by wealthy English gentlemen, that's us obviously, to secure the folds of their cravats. They were first popularised at the beginning of the 19th century. So were people actually using them for fastening down their cravats?
Essentially, it's the same as a tie clip, isn't it? I mean, if it was called a tie pin, I would have known what it was. Yeah. So I have a tie clip, and it keeps the back of the small bit of the tie at the back attached to the front, so it's not all flapping about on a windy day. And you could use that on a tie pin is exactly the same principle, just pins the front and back of the tie together, so it's not an unsightly mess.
it just seems a bit severe for a tie or a cravat, of course.
Yeah,
the arty was quite chunky. I mean, that's just going to look bulky on your tie.
It's the sort of thing that a ninja or an assassin might have, isn't it? You sort of have this on your tie, and then when you come up to your unsuspecting victim, you whip it out and stick him with a pointy bit.
Well, I've seen someone. Well, I interviewed someone once who came in with a spider tie pin in his tie, and it was very similar to these. Like a chunky metal spider in the middle of his tie. So he was of an age, might be a thing. You know, people don't even wear ties much anymore, do they?
No,
I think you wore a tie.
No.
For weddings and funerals.
Well, I think we've just about worked out what a stick pin is, but scatter pins. What are scatter pins?
Well, I've got the definition right here.
Hey.
Right, a scatter pin. A small pin, usually featuring flowers, birds and insects, that is intended to be worn in a group with many other scatter pins. Thanks for that, scatter pins. So just basically a bunch of things that are related that you'll just put anywhere.
So just like a badge, then, presumably.
Yeah,
a pin through the back with a clip that you put on the reverse.
It's a set of pins, basically. You're just going to put somewhere, so anywhere, so on your lapels or whatever. So I guess that must come from ladies' decorations, where they might have, like something. It says a bunch of flowers or birds on their dresses or blouses.
It was a 70s thing, wasn't it? If you picture Rick Mail in The Young Ones, he had a denim jacket with all sorts of pins and badges and things on it, and similar sort of idea. You know, you just have a little collection of badges on your garment.
And I always normally have a couple of badges on the lapel of my coat at any one time. You know, I quite like a badge.
You can't beat a good old badge.
I used to wear a tie pin when I was working in my younger days.
What was on your pin? What was
it? There wasn't anything on it. It was just a pin that I used with one of my ties. I've still got all my ties. I've got about 20 or 30 of them.
Yeah, I've got ties. I've worn ties for years. I work at home. I don't need ties. Got a lot of them, though.
You can always dress up at home.
Well, yeah, I could do, but it's just ridiculous. I can wear things.
Ties are one of the casualties of the pandemic, I think.
Oh, thank goodness for that. You know what? I never got ties. I always thought it just looks they're annoying.
Ridiculous garment.
They are a ridiculous garment. And I remember once my boss, we were forced to wear ties, even though we weren't customer facing, and I never left my computer in an office. I had to wear a tie. I just couldn't get. I was so angry about it all the time. I was arguing about, I forgot it or something, and getting into major trouble and getting warnings. But there we go. Yeah. So let's get back to jewellery. Jewellery. So we've had bracelets, stick pins, scatter pins. Dangled pierced earrings. I don't think we need to explain what a dangled pierced earrings is, but again, we've got the same characters on those. Sleepy Urge, Chewbacca, Darth Vader, R2. Oh, no Stormtrooper. And an X-Wing one. X-Wing earrings they're pretty good. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. But yes, no Storm. Why does the poor Stormtrooper get left out? Perhaps the design was just so poor nobody would have worn it.
It's the size, isn't it? If they can't get it right for a stick pin, the earrings are smaller than that, it would just be a white blob.
No, I guess so. But then again, Darth Vader's just a black blob. The Darth Vader dangly earrings, they didn't exactly got any features on them. They're just black.
The Stormtrooper, they have the black and white, don't they? I don't think they could.
I mean, to be fair, Chewie would look like a massive piece of wax had fallen out onto your ear. It's not great.
The gold 3PO ones are quite nice, aren't they? It's just his head. Or is it his head and a little bit of his neck?
Yeah,
and that would be a study earring.
I think I'm good.
So,
So you've got pierced earrings and you've got the dangly earrings. So they wasn't that much variation on those.
All of these are displayed on. It looks like a sort of padded card, doesn't it? So with the Star Wars logo, and then says hypoallergenic posts. Copyright 77, 20th Century Fox, and the scatter pins are on something similar, and then the tie pin is on a card, and again, common design to all of these. Star Wars logo, copyright 77, 20th Century Fox. Interesting, not Lucasfilm Limited.
Yeah, well, it goes to show how early it was. You know, to be fair, I need to find out really who was the first licensee, if anyone knows and can tell us.
These were under license to Factors, weren't they? And I think Factors were in there right at the start. We talked about Factors a few shows back.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of physical representations of the characters, It can't be much earlier than this. I mean, what
there can't be
else would there be? Puzzles, but they're not quite the same. Again, it's a picture.
Yeah, I mean, these are physical things you could have used as a little kind of toy.
Yeah.
It actually had small scenes. I'm thinking too much. Right, so we had keychains as well. I don't have to explain what a keychain is, but
yeah, it's exactly the same little characters by the looks of things, just on a keychain rather than a necklace.
Yeah, Chewbacca's got a lovely bandolier on his. It's sort of separate from the actual figure. It's not moulded in it. It's actually sitting on top of his chest. It's quite cool. But there's not a lot of pictures of these, unfortunately.
No, I'm tempted by a set of the necklaces now.
Oh, there we go, you see. Now, a barrette. Anyone know what a barrette is?
No, I was hoping you were going to answer
I'm going to tell you what a barrette is.
I know what a barrette is. That's the one that I did look up.
Is that a hair thing, is it?
It is. It's a hair slide.
I'll give you the definition. A typically bar-shaped clip or ornament for the hair. A hair slide. So they're quite cool, actually, the barrettes. I thought
you got away with one of those, Andy, in your rocker days?
Oh, hair slides? Yeah, I used to wear those regularly.
Yeah. That 3PO one, though, is fantastic. It looks really quite nice.
It does, doesn't it? And again, all 6 characters turned up on barrettes, hair slides.
We also had necklaces, of course. We had pendants, carded and large and small of each character. And the packaging of these is actually pretty cool. They're in a sort of card back with actually, a bubble, a plastic see-through bubble on. And it actually says quite clearly on there, Star Wars, May the Force be with you, which again must have been one of the earliest kind of versions of anything saying May the Force be with you. And it actually says metal movable parts on a sticker on the middle or on the card back. So yeah, these were early, and it actually has the factors, licensed by Factors on the card itself.
It looks like 2 kinds of baggie as well, doesn't it? There's a bag with the Star Wars logo printed on and some text, and then there's a plain plastic bag with a stapled closure as well. So I don't know which ones came in which, but two types of baggie there.
Yeah, I mean, it's got it doesn't say whether, because it's got a carded version, so I imagine that was pretty small, to be fair, I think, the carded.
The Castle Runway reviews seem to think that you can get them all on all. So basically large and small in baggies, and then also on cards, which is interesting. There's also a little kind of jewellery box that she's seen with one in, but doesn't know whether that was kind of a shop-specific thing that they might have made that as a way to sell them.
Yeah, it's worth giving that website a shout out, actually, because it is a really nice website. It's a lady who collects lots of jewellery, especially Star Wars jewellery. She's got an Instagram page which is absolutely fantastic, just full of there's tons of Star Wars stuff on there. I think she does cosplay as well. Yeah, so kesselrunway.com, absolutely brilliant website, covers a lot of the vintage Weingeroff jewellery. She actually goes out looking for it and stuff. So yeah, definitely worth checking out the website out, and her Instagram page. Definitely worth a follow. I might just try and get her on and talk about it. But it's really, really good stuff. So yeah, got a lot of information from that site, and some great pictures actually. We should go around collecting it. But yeah, just looking at these pendants actually, I think the carded versions are brilliant, but I bet they're really hard to find.
Very displayable as well.
Yeah, because I mean they're so well done, because you've got the chain, just to kind of describe it, it's quite a long piece of card with a rounded end, and you've got the chain, actually, in its glory, so you can see how how big it is to go on your neck, really, I guess. But it's a really nice card, and it's got a kind of like a sort of a hyperspacey kind of look to the card back, with lines coming out from the middle and going out to the ends. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's how they sold them on pegs. But it's quality. I think that's a really, really nice collectible. The bags are alright, but those carded ones, absolutely fantastic. I love the fact it says "May the Force be with you" in the middle.
The other piece of jewellery they did was rings, wasn't it? And there are 3 different sets. Came in a presentation box, what looks like a plastic box. Lid opens up, you've got the Star Wars logo inside, and the 3 rings pressed into a piece of foam or something similar.
Yeah. Again, it's a nice range. The fact that it's very consistent with all the jewellery designs. It's not got bits and bobs all over the blooming place. It's got the same characters. That would actually make a really, really nice display across the range. And talking of displays, Andy.
Talking of displays, yes.
I'm sure you looked at some of these display pieces. My favourite was the X-shaped plastic jewellery tree.
Isn't that brilliant? That must be one of the best ever store displays.
It's awesome because it's just. I mean, the typeface. I said that. Yeah, we've talked about this before many times. The typeface is all over the place. Darth Vader's seems to have his own typeface. R2D2's got his own typeface. May the Force be with you's got slightly different typeface. It's a bit of a mess in those sort of terms, but I guess it's a kind of
an X-wing, isn't it?
It's kind of an X-wing. It's not really an X-wing, let's face it. On a round base with a Star Wars logo on, white on black, and then these kind of wings that come down with lots of little notches in, so you can obviously hang the jewellery off it. It's brilliant.
I think Craig Spivey's picked up one of these recently, hasn't he? I'm sure he mentioned that on the podcast, and I've seen it on Beyond the Toys page. It is a crazy look. If you said that you picked that up at a craft fair last week, I would believe you. It doesn't look like anything else in the entire Star Wars line.
But it looks spacey. You see that, it looks spacey. So, those days, like I said, because it's such an early thing. I mean, that's probably up straight on the shelf straight away in jewellery shops. And it just looks spacey. I mean, you'd want that as a toy. It's so good. Oh, that is so.
A weapon. It looks more like a weapon.
Yeah, you throw it at someone's going to kill him, isn't it? Andy, there was another little display piece. You notice it? Did you find it?
There is, and I think our friend Craig might have that one as well.
Oh, he's cheeky.
This is a box display, isn't it? So you've got a box which would sort of stand upright on the bottom end. At the top, you've got a display banner. It's got the Star Wars logo. Interesting with this and a couple of other things in the Wangaroff line. Used the alternate Star Wars logo, which is the one that sort of tapers in towards the top. The one that was used in a lot of the British advertising. The classic Star Wars logo tends to be used in most of the American stuff, but it's interesting that one appears in some of the Wangaroff items. So that Star Wars logo in the middle. On the left-hand side, you've got May the Force be with you. On the right-hand side, you've got Darth Vader, R2-D2. Below that, you've got lots of individual little spaces where the products would be put. And it looks like there's some earrings in place in the one that I'm looking at. And you've got, what have you got? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 6. So space for 36 products to be displayed in this stand.
Yeah, because again, I mean, they've been consistent with that and the tree, but they've given each character its own typeface. So C-3PO's got his kind of like computer typeface, and R2-D2's got a kind of a slightly cheeky typeface. And Darth Vader's got his own one, and of course May the Force with you's got its own one. But no Stormtrooper typeface. They've obviously left him out. Don't like Stormtrooper.
Nor X-wing, nor Chewie.
Yeah, but what would their typeface be? But they've I think that's really cool. They've given them their little typefaces. But that's quite. I mean, that full to look great. There's another one, Andy. There's yet another one.
The third, is that the card one?
The Hildebrandt one.
The Hildebrandt ones.
Hildebrandt.
So a portrait format piece of card, Hildebrandt artwork at the top, Star Wars logo at the bottom, and there were slits cut into the top of the card. Can't see how many. Must have been quite a few. And basically, the chain of the necklace would have been inserted into these cuts to have the necklace dangling down in front of the Hildebrandt artwork, and that's how that would have been displayed in some retailers.
That's the only thing that doesn't look the same in the range, isn't it? That's the standout random piece in this whole range of stuff. Everything has got a look to it. That kind of, I don't know what you'd call the colour of those cards. I don't know whether it's just the fact that the pictures have been taken, but there's a kind of like a grey kind of feel to it all. And then you've got the Hildebrandt picture, which is completely out of skew with the whole brand and the whole range. Sort of muted gold, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it looks like jewellery. It's made to look like a jewellery kind of, I guess, effect. But the Hildebrandt display in a shop would look great, but it's not in keeping with the rest of the brand. But yeah, it's consistent apart from that. I mean, everything else is a cracking little thing. I'm actually quite tempted now to get some of this stuff. There's also nothing on that Hildebrandt display that says Wangaroff. No, it's just the Star Wars. It could just be, because as I mentioned earlier, this was under license from Factors. It could just be a Factors display piece that's been adapted for use to display the jewellery, maybe. I mean, there is some text down the bottom of the picture. You can see it, but I can't. It's so blurred, I can't make it out. So I wonder if it did say anything at the bottom. some of the stuff isn't that expensive. I'm kind of intrigued now. I know kind of what the range is. I don't know. I mean,
what sort of prices do these things go for, Pete?
Well, I didn't. I mean, it depends on what it is. Obviously, you gave us some of the really rare stuff, but I mean, I saw a couple of bits on eBay, and they weren't ridiculous. They were like 20 quid here and 15 quid. It just depends if they with the original packaging or got a bit of damage to the chain. I think I saw a C3PO that had a very, the chain was gone. It was like a few bits left on it. Somewhere like about a tenner for it. Yeah, I mean, it's something I just haven't really looked at. I mean, I've seen it come up from time to time. I know Craig Spiver's been picking a lot of it up. I think he's got a bit of a focus on the whole jewellery range. But it's pretty cool.
Do they come up here in the UK? Because I think it was a US only release, wasn't it? I don't think we had them here.
I have to say, when I was looking on eBay, I think it was only US stuff. But then again, I wasn't really looking too hard, to be honest with you. I'm sure Andy in the break there has been looking on eBay for us.
I am just doing that now. I can't find anything on UK at all.
No, I don't. I think it was all US stuff I found. This month on Beyond the Toys, I think it's Dave Hurley. I think he's been selling quite a lot of jewellery.
And where could you get these from, Pete, back in the day? Any idea? Other than obviously
no idea.
Jewellery stores, collectible stores?
I'm just assuming just general jewellery stores. I mean, it's Star Wars, isn't it? So
I imagine so, yeah. I mean, this is from the Castle Runway website again. She's saying that they were commonly available as mail-away order, adverts in the back of magazines. And there's a magazine advert from Starlog that's posted on the website. It's got pictures of the R2 and Vader and 3PO necklaces with a little order form. Official new Star Wars necklaces, and they're displayed at actual size, solid metal. So you could send off for those from your magazines. But also, interestingly, a mail-away promotion run by Nestle when purchasing chocolate bars was run. Don't know any more than that, and I haven't seen any promotional packaging, but that might be one to look into in a little bit more detail if anyone's interested.
Those little cards that came with the loose ones, they've got a little explanation of each character. So C3PO is a tall robot with a gleaming metallic surface. As a human-robot relations specialist, he translates thousands of the galactic languages, including the electronic tongues spoken by many robots. His human-like appearance is often matched with his human-like behaviour as well. Interesting.
I've managed to track them down. Essentially, I don't think people know what they're called on eBay. Okay. So if you put in Weingroff, you don't find them.
Yeah.
But there's quite a lot of them there, just under vintage Star Wars jewellery. And so there's Chewie and Darth, no bags, necklaces, $20, buy it now for the two. That's bargain stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's some advertising sheets from them with R2-D2 in his bag. They're going for a lot, those $100. Oh, it's the jewellery collection display. Can we have a guess how much that is?
200.
It's a buy it now. I suspect it's been there for a while. 850. So Weingroff's not on any of these. Darth Vader stick pin.
Oh.
Vintage.
Yeah.
$9 or best offer.
Oh my goodness! Hey, I found the Lord Darth Vader description. This is a cracker. This one. I think this might have appeared on something else as well. I guess it was something that I guess they must have put out there. So Darth Vader personifies the evil of the Galactic Empire. The awesome, malevolent figure dressed in flowing black robes keeps his face forever masked by a grotesque breath screen. He employs his extrasensory powers, so he didn't have the Force, to keep the Emperor enthroned and to aid Governor Tarkin in the destruction of the rebellion. Now, I've definitely heard that before, that grotesque breath screen before. We've had that somewhere. I can't remember where, but we have had it somewhere.
Yeah.
We have Clero bath products springs to mind. I don't know whether that's right.
Wouldn't be surprising. I mean, they must have put these things out. I mean, there's no way someone's written that for, Reingroff, because they probably wouldn't even know what the film was. It's a good collectible thing. I think you're going to have to get it from the States, though.
There's quite a lot there if you're willing to sift through all the modern tat.
Modern tat? That's my collectibles.
But yeah, and all reasonably priced. Loads of the packaging. There's I say all reasons apart from that X-wing display thing.
You get down.
But there's the original packaging for the pin badges. Kind of used, so it's just the packaging there. That's going for quite a lot, but it's buy it now. I never really trust buy it now, as people just chance their arm, don't they? Leave it up there for months. I can't be bothered sifting through all the sold ones. But there's a set of a bagged C-3PO, Darth Vader, and R2-D2 necklace, $60 for the 3. Can't argue with that. Go on, Pete.
Right, is that it? Have we covered everything? I think we've gone through the whole set, haven't we?
Yeah, looks like it.
That's pretty good. That's a good little round. It's a nice little licensee. I've got to say, I've seen these all around the place. I've never taken a chance, but I'm kind of tempted now. A couple of those necklaces hanging off my my collecting shelves look pretty cool, I think. And now, rapid fire with Jimmy Mac. So, favourite Ewok?
Oh, that's okay. I just have to think of his name. He steals Paploo, the one who steals the speeder bike. I've always loved Paploo.
Favourite Luke action figure?
Bespin.
Deep pan or thin crust?
Well, I'm a Chicagoan, so you have to understand that's very serious and personal question you're asking me. I'll be honest with you. I love them both. You'll find the majority of the time Chicagoans eat the thin crust. We call it tavern style. And the deep dish is always there, and this is the best place in the world to get it. You can't replicate it anywhere else because you know why? Chicago's got good water, and that's why our food is so good here, is that we just have access to the best water. And at least I like to think so. If it is not the best, it works with the type of food we eat here. So I would have to say I do like them both.
Oh, nice one. Right, favourite vintage action figure? I'll put you on a spot.
Boba Fett.
Favourite one. Boba Fett. Oh. Best vintage figure sculpt?
Based on terms of reality?
Yeah, so the best thing, you know what? That looks exactly like the film character.
You're throwing a tough one.
Yeah, I have. That's on purpose.
I'll just say Reese.
Oh, good call there.
It's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I think it is. Best modern figure. I know you've got thousands to choose from, but your best figure, modern.
Slave Leia.
I am a Slave Leia collector, believe it or not. There we go. KB Toys or Toys R Us?
Toys R Us.
Favourite city outside of Chicago?
Lahaina, Hawaii.
NFL or NBA?
NFL or NBA? NFL.
Star Wars retro or vintage collection?
Retro.
Ooh. And then final question, we ask this to everyone. So your house on fire, you've got the kids are out, the wife's out, the dog, the cat, the gerbil's out. You've got to take one thing. It's got to be Star Wars, but it doesn't have to be Star Wars, but what are you grabbing? Everything, all your normal stuff is safe.
Well, of course I've thought of this. I have thought of this. I do have a case that is filled with my vintage action figures, so I will grab the case.
Right, that's been a great episode this month. Lots of different chats in different areas. Really good licensee section, that, Pete. I didn't know anything about any of those. I've learned so much, so well done for researching on that one. Feedback, I'm delighted to see we've got a wonderful email from listener Damien Goodrich. And I just want to read this one out in its entirety. I just wanted to take the time and say thank you for the amazing podcasts. I work in healthcare, and with all the craziness we deal with on a day-to-day basis with the pandemic, it's nice to get into my car on the way home and be able to disconnect and just listen to vintage Star Wars related content. It helps me disconnect before getting home and seeing my family. I just wanted to say thank you for all you do for the community. He also included some of the pics for his prize collecting pieces, and I had a look through them and they are absolutely brilliant. It's a great collection, that, Damien. Thank you, not just for all of the good work that you've done for the NHS during these difficult times, working in healthcare, but also thank you for being a listener of our show and taking the time to reach out to us. We had a lot of good feedback on the last show. Lots of people delighted to hear Jez's return for an episode, and as I said in the last one, I'm sure it won't be the last, as I'm sure we'll have other guests on from time to time as well. I'd like to say thank you to James McInerney, Jimmy Mack, for those who listen to Rebel Force Radio, such as myself, Spoons, Pete, I think you check in a lot. Jason, I'm not so sure about you. Andy Preston, you probably check out a few episodes as well.
I do indeed.
You do indeed, right? So thank you very much, Jimmy, for coming on our show. We know how busy you are. Your guys put out wonderful product. Possibly the first Star Wars podcast. If not, you must be very in the top 3. If not, but fantastic show, Rebel Force Radio. Urge all our listeners to go out and check that out. And if you do so, you'll hear some announcements on the ICCC Con. That's coming up April, I think, isn't it? So only a few months to go, and there's going to be some big announcements on Rebel Force Radio very, very soon. Right, guys, wonderful show. But if anybody wants to reach out to us in this episode, they can search for the Vintage Rebellion podcast on Facebook, Instagram, and all of the usual typical social media places. Huge thank you once again to Chris Porteous for all the work that he's done on YouTube with all the extended, enhanced shows. And thank you for everybody who emails us on swtvorpodcast@gmail.com. We read every single email. All right, Pete, first one of the new year, a little bit later than we'd like. Mostly down to my fault on this one with work-related issues. But it's bye-bye from Pete.
Happy New Year!
It's goodbye from Jason Smith.
See you later, everyone.
It's goodbye from Andy Spoons Norton.
Farewell, and may your stick pins sparkle.
It's goodbye from Andy Preston.
Cheers, guys. Stay safe, and may the Force be with you.
And it's a later, guys, from me. And remember,
Only you can decide with Star Wars toys.
This podcast is not endorsed by Disney, Lucasfilm Limited, 20th Century Fox, or anybody who cares about the Star Wars franchise. It is intended for entertainment and information purposes only. The official Star Wars website can be found at www.starwars.com. All names and sounds of Star Wars are registered trademarks of Lucasfilm Limited and other associated copyright holders. All of the original content of this podcast are the intellectual property rights of the Vintage Rebellion. If you enjoyed this podcast, then feel free to email swtvrpodcast@gmail.com. If you don't enjoy this podcast, tough.
Are Star Wars products going to have the durability of, say, that old favourite, the teddy bear?